You know, there are the Soma, Tenderloin, and Financial District businesses have been some of the most hard hit in this entire city. They rely almost exclusively on office and tourism businesses to survive. They have some of the highest rents in San Francisco, and there are a lot of institutional landlords in these communities, and a lot of them have not gotten relief. There was an article in the Chronicle, I think, this week about it. It's a very, very scary situation. There's a lot of that, of course, Julie, we know that we can't control. But what I'm nervous about is I'm nervous about percentage capacity allowances being at high rates and businesses starting to open their doors again and get ready to breathe life. And we are not carrying folks down there. So I know that one, is there any lever that we have to speed up the certification from our certification friends is my first question.
Thank you. And we are using as kind of as much leverage as we can on the subway certification, including making sure that their every need in terms of testing that we're accommodating. What I should have mentioned in the presentation is that although we're targeting May, we also, have included a cushion. And if the city is tracking towards recovery, or if we're at a point where we're seeing something like, 50% indoor dining in downtown restaurants, we certainly have the flexibility to act more quickly, assuming the certification is completed. So I will have more certainty as they get further in the process. They really are just at the very beginning of the automatic train control testing, but that's how I've communicated it to our internal staff, is that we should be targeting May, but we should also continue to be nimble as we have been throughout COVID. And to that end, we would also coordinate very closely with the mayor's office and the mayor's workforce and development team to make sure that our thinking about downtown is in alignment with their timing for downtown as well.
Right, and thank you for that, Julia. And obviously, I'm in agreement with my fellow directors. We don't want to speed it up to a point where we end up not seeing something that needs to have been seen in the testing and the certification process. But if we do have wiggle room that you're comfortable with, I just want to make it. I just want to be able to voice some of the extreme distress that some of the small businesses are in. And are looking for whenever that light switch does go on. And I think we all probably will know when that moment comes, whether it's a sufficient amount of our city's residents being vaccinated, or the Department of Public Health has allowed probably a 50% or over capacity for indoor dining. I want our agency to be ready to say, great, we're ready to bring you folks downtown. So I saw that the N and the T you're estimating on May, but those obviously, the N and the T are kind of the outer, pincers of the city. What about the J, K, L, and M, which, are ferrying all these folks from the kind of inner core of the city downtown? Is that earlier than May, later than May, and why are they on a separate timetable?
So the J train is currently operating, and it is ending at Market Street, but we'll have the opportunity to transfer to the subway once we start running the T line, which will essentially serve as the Market Street shuttle, because it'll cover everything from West Portal to Embarcadero. Customers coming in on the L and K buses, for example, will have the opportunity to stay on the bus or to make a transfer at West Portal. So I believe that there will be good access and mobility for all of our rail customers with the restoration of those two major corridors.
But help me understand. Oh, go ahead,
also, Director. And do bear in mind that we are, of course, running bus service on all of these corridors, and we have abundant capacity on the J, K, L, and M lines. We do have crowding on the N bus that we've been trying to address with additional frequency. That is certainly one corridor where we're eager to restore rail service because of the larger capacity of those rail vehicles.
I get that, and I know that we're ferrying buses and they're working well. I just also, I do feel like there's going to be a moment where we are going to try to mirror for folks, for consumers, that they can experience consuming in our city in a way that they may have been used to pre-pandemic, and that would involve LRVs for some people. And I know it's not everyone; it may not be at the same frequency. But I guess I'm wondering, what is the plan for bringing the K and the L LRVs back? Are we waiting on the L Taraval improvement project to bring the L back, or is there something? Maybe I'm not understanding completely. I understand that the buses are working well, but for those who want to take an LRV into downtown from these routes, when should they expect this to happen?
Okay, thank you for that question. We do anticipate that the L Taraval would be most effective to continue as a bus service through the El Taraval replacement project, because we are going to, over the next year, even as we complete the outer end, we're going to be digging up and replacing not just the track, but the sewer and a lot of the infrastructure on Taraval. Like Van Ness, Taraval is a complete infrastructure project that has a Muni Forward project on top, but it's really the infrastructure that will drive that timeline. We are currently training rail operators, which is something we haven't been able to do in a year, because as part of their training, they need to be able to drive a train in revenue service and interact with customers and operate safely on the road and in a fully operating subway. So as we continue to train more operators, as we continue to replenish mechanics, and as we continue to hire new inspectors or supervisors for the first time in almost 2 years, we will be able to fold in the remaining of the rail service. And like the bus side, we will come prepared to our late March meeting to discuss rail strategy.
Thank you so much, Julie. I just have 2 more sets of questions. One is on cable cars. I know a lot of other folks have been asking them. I guess I know we want to discuss the reopening of cable cars at the second half of March meeting, where obviously we've received a lot of communications from Fisherman's Wharf businesses and businesses served by the cable cars. And they need to plan. They need to figure out what their strategy is going to be to reopen. And so I am just trying to understand what the specific issue is with cable cars, because I know that the training process for cable car operators is extensive and deep. And I know that the agency has redeployed a lot of cable car operators to other roles. Is it that we've lost a lot of the cable car operators? Is it the compartment issue that Director Tumlin mentioned and safety? I guess I'm just trying to really pinpoint why the cable car lines are requiring an extra level of planning and understanding so that these businesses can figure out what their transit options are going to be.
Well, I think that we've identified perhaps where we'll go for our next tour, which is the cable car division, because it'll give you a sense of the complexity. But we're essentially operating 100-year-old infrastructure where the infrastructure and the operator and the vehicle work together in a pretty beautiful dance, really, in order to make the system work. So yes, we need to retrain and certify our operators. Yes, we need to bring staff back that have been supplementing other areas like our LRV track program and our bus maintenance program to their cable car day jobs. Yes, the cable car operators, up to 50 of them a day, are supporting the citywide vaccine effort. And yes, through attrition as well as through increase in leave, we have lost, cable car operators over the last year. So we are putting together all of those elements right now. We will determine which of them are critical path and make sure that those are the elements that we start first. And I do take your broader point, which is the sooner that we can communicate a timeline, the sooner that people can plan for this beloved and important service to be restored.
Right, and just on that particular point, there is an emotional component to so much of this, right? From the perspective of a small business. And there has been a deep, dark cloud in our commercial corridors. And at some point, and we don't know when that point will be, Dr. Fauci says that April will be the month of many mass vaccinations. There will be an open for business mentality in the city. And I guess I can't stress heavily enough that I think we need to model for people who might want to visit San Francisco for the first time in a year and a half, or San Franciscans who finally want to go from the West Side to go shopping at Westfield again, that we're ready for them. We can do it. And so that, even if it might be a big push for us, or there might be some routes that don't make sense a lot for us, I just think it'll be really important for us to model that open for business when the time does come. My last piece is on the restarting the bus service. And Director Hinsey mentioned this, but I guess my only question is for you, Julie, and maybe Director Tumlin as well. Are there bus routes that, now that you've had a long, hard look on them, you're thinking, you know what, this route really didn't make sense to have a full Muni bus line here? And actually, there's another way that we probably would more efficiently, more expertly, more capably get folks from this part of town to another part they want to go to. There are cities in Africa that have matatus. There's mini buses that pick people up. In Tel Aviv, there are the Sheirut systems that get people from large spread out areas of town into the downtown core. I'm wondering if you think that there are certain areas of San Francisco that maybe we don't want to restore a bus line, but we want to provide service to these folks using other means of transportation. And maybe if you're not ready to discuss that now, if there are, I wanted to give the opening to discuss it at a future meeting.
So I think that is a very complex question, Julie. If you don't mind, I grab this one. And it speaks to one of the larger challenges that I hope you all can help us to frame. So we're in complete agreement around restoring the cable car and F-line service. So important, not just as a mobility service, but as part of the very image of San Francisco and what drives the economy here, not just for visitors, but our own belief in the city as San Franciscans. And yet, we're also suffering from a gaping structural deficit. So what we hope that you all can do for us is to help us frame priorities and how to address the inevitable tensions. To what degree should we prioritize restoration of cable car service in the short run, as opposed to serving the reopening of schools by shifting resources to school lines, or restarting lines in the hillier and more isolated parts of the system that currently have no Muni service? We cannot do it all, and we rely upon our board of directors in helping us make those very, very difficult trade-off decisions. So we will be providing you with advice around the most cost-effective way to achieve what we understand to be your goals, your vision, your values. But ultimately, those hard choices will be yours.
Thank you for that, Director Tumlin. I guess specifically, though, do you think that there are areas of the city that you might want to find other ways to get people around that aren't buses, that are maybe minivans or other forms of transportation that might be more efficient?
So I think for all of San Francisco, we need to provide multiple options for people to make their mobility choices. There's not a single mode that works for everyone. It's why we have continued to work with Lyft on trying to make bike share more accessible and more affordable. It's why we've invested in slow streets in order to make it feel safer for people to walk or bike or skateboard or scoot in order to take care of their essential trips or get to transit. I don't know that we're ready to say that there are whole parts of San Francisco that will have no Muni service. Rather, I think the choice is between where are we going to invest in really high frequency service that is super convenient and you don't even have to think about needing a car or needing to call up ride hail. And where, in the lower density parts of the city or the more affluent parts of the city, that service might be less frequent because we can't be all things to all people. So I would say that the question, like, it doesn't work as a binary. It does work on a spectrum. And so where you fall in that spectrum may vary, certainly will vary geographically.
So I guess I'll just end my comments by saying this. We all know that there is a righteous cycle between supplying the commercial powerhouse of our city, the sales tax revenue that comes from that, and the operating budget of this agency to do its work and restore service in the first place. And so if it's up to me, if you want to hear my perspective, we need to make it as easy as possible for people to come to San Francisco, spend money in San Francisco, shop at our San Francisco small businesses who have been closed for this entire time, so that our city can get moving again. And so that's just as Julie, as you and Director Tumlin plan how we're going to restore the service, and as you come back to us in a few weeks, I want to speak on behalf of the small businesses and say they are going to be relying on us as much as possible to supply their customers to their doorfronts. So thank you for thinking of us as you plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lai?
Yes, thank you. I do agree with pretty much everything that my colleagues have said, so I'm not going to repeat those. Julie, can you please remind me what percentage approximately of pre-COVID service we're currently delivering?
Yeah, we're delivering between 68 and 70% of our pre-COVID service levels.
Okay, and then also as a reminder, under our current budget scenarios, what is the maximum percentage of service we are anticipating to bring back?
That's something I think we're working through right now. I believe we built 70%, which is our current level, into the budget. But as I said, we will be able to reallocate that service if the COVID things are restricted, are lifted. There are some things built in. There are some things that we're doing right now on fumes, and so lifting the austerity measures, even if we, don't increase the service level significantly, will make the current service more sustainable. For example. Transit supervisors right now is an area that you heard from Brent Jones, my chief transportation officer. We haven't hired that position in 2 years. We're currently bringing on 50 people, and all they'll be doing is plugging holes in the dam. If we really want to get to the high quality service that we all envision for Muni, we're going to need to, regardless of the level of service, ratchet up that number. So those are what the actual service level is something that we're trying to kind of number crunch right now with finance, especially as they work through kind of what is the potential of the second stimulus, and also how does kind of my desire to ratchet up the service quickly balance out with the fact that these are still one-time funding sources, and just creates a greater cliff that we'll face when we get to 2023. So Jonathan and I will have when we talk about the service levels in March, you'll really be talking to both of us, because we're kind of two sides of the same coin in terms of thinking through those kinds of questions.
Great, thank you. And I'll get to the March items shortly. So just so I understand in your presentation, though, the current plan to bring the T line back seems to be the T should be the only line that is essentially running through the underground stations, correct? When May rolls around?
Yeah, initially. And if we see crowding, that's something that we can kind of easily address by, kind of folding in a shuttle. But based on the current travel volumes, the 2-car trains can more than accommodate the demand.
And
Okay.
Director Kirschbaum, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the N trains will also be running from Van Ness to Embarcadero and the ballpark?
Thank you for clarifying. Yes.
I'm so sorry, could you repeat that? From Embarcadero to the ballpark, but not from, yeah.
They'll be doing their full route. So they enter the subway and their first stop is Van Ness. So they'll be able to carry passengers going between Van Ness and the Caltrain station.
So has, I assume staff had obviously looked at the sort of like cost relevant to reopening actual stations, the underground stations, compared with the service and dollars that we would be bringing in from that, right? Because I mean, in my imagination, I benefit from having the underground and I'm desperate to have it back. But at the same time, if we're reopening stations, having to staff it, there's, other costs associated with running an actual station platform. And we're only running, the two-car train from basically Castro to Van Ness. Sounds like we are going to be running 2 different trains, the N and the T from Van Ness onward. Just, I guess, confirming that is worthwhile, because I although would love to go back to rail, but the shuttle has been functioning as an option and people have gotten used to that as well. So just trying to understand the decision point there.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen one more time to just review the rail plan. So the rail plan will have a train which is currently operating on the J line from Balboa Park to essentially Market and Church, or Market and DuBose. That's shown in the kind of golden yellow line. The red line will be the T train, which is currently going to Embarcadero and will extend to provide shuttle service all the way to West Portal. And then the Enjuta will start at Ocean Beach. It will be in the subway between Van Ness and Civic, Powell, Montgomery, and Embarcadero, and then exit to 4th and King. And then we will have bus service on the M line, the K line, and the L line. So I do think that there is value in starting up the rail service for some of the reasons that you've heard today from your colleagues. It does add complexity to our system, and our maintenance team would certainly work in there forever, if we gave them the option to. But by particularly starting up incrementally before we have more people on the buses than we can really sustain, it allows us to be ready and to be prepared, and to kind of break the COVID cycle, where we are asking staff to respond to an emergency. This is in anticipation of the fact that the city's getting healthier, that the city is increasing their economic activity. Station agents and custodians have been working throughout the pandemic, both doing kind of some deep cleaning and like deferred work in the subway, but also keeping people out of the subway and, keeping things safe for our maintenance workers. And so starting up the subway will stretch both our staff, our supervision staff on the street and at the TMC, but I do think the trade-off is worth it so that we are moving in a direction of recovery.
Great, thank you. And I wouldn't disagree with that. It's certainly the transportation piece is very necessary as we reopen and support our economy. I do probably suspect that it will be confusing for certain riders when we see the stations actually doors reopening, but then realizing that actually only certain lines are running through them. And so I'm sure your team will plan accordingly with that and learn from our last rollout in doing additional monolingual type of communication. And then, going into the March, hopefully when you come back with further information, I think what would be really helpful, just like in context of everything that's been discussed, including the references to evaluating whether or not to bring back historic car service, I feel like it would be very important and helpful to understand the costs associated with bringing back partial versus X% versus 100% service, and also understanding the timing of all of that. Excuse me. Because part of the challenge for me is that we see these transit modifications or you bringing back the service recovery pretty much in limited and piecemeal format, and it's very difficult for me to really provide, I think, comfortable policy guidance without understanding what the overall picture will look like. So, for example, if you're telling me, okay, let's put the rest of our 2% of transit operation into basically expanding the current proposed increase in frequency and also starting the 15, but then that might be a scenario that we have to maintain for the next, 6 months, whatever it is, 12 months. I think that would influence my feedback. So, if you can't provide it in a number of months, which is completely understandable, excuse me, even benchmarking it based on the color tier that we are in would be very helpful for me. Okay, great. Thank you, Chair. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, with the color tiers, one thing is we're not really able to predict exactly when those are happening. So that is something for us to think about how we do that. Are there other directors who have additional questions or comments for Ms. Kirschbaum? If not, we will open it up to public comment. Moderators, are there callers on the line?
You have 4 questions remaining.
Okay. First caller, please.
Hi, I wanted to talk about the 8 and the 8AX. So one thing that I don't really like about the new 8AX is that the frequencies for the 8 went from being 5 minutes to 10 minutes, but because there are differences in how fast each bus goes, sometimes the gaps are as big as 15 minutes. So you go from a relatively even 5 minutes between buses to sometimes having 15 minutes when things get really bad, and you also have bunching between the 8 and the 8AX. So sometimes you might have a bus that's only a few minutes away, and there are just much more gaps than there used to be. And it's just not fair to the people who ride the lines on the portions that aren't served by the 8AX. And I hope you guys become more transparent and equitable with your decisions, because it doesn't make sense to me why you're pitting one group of poor residents in the southeast section of the city against another poor neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have 4 questions remaining.
Next caller.
Hello, good afternoon again, board members. Hayden Miller. Hopefully you received my letter. I'm sorry I sent it yesterday, which was a holiday and late at night, but oh well, I hope you got it. Anyways, I kind of looked at how many pullouts were at each division and how many buses they had and where there was room for growth just in terms of the fleet, because I know that's one of the biggest constraints. And really in terms of the 30-foot coaches, it seems like there's a lot of opportunities for growth, especially on the community routes and at our trolley coach division. So I think those are great opportunities for growth. Other areas that I looked, or other suggestions I have are resuming surface LRV, such as on the M line between Balboa Park and West Portal, where it's currently the bus. You might have to extend it to 22nd and Taraval to use the switchback on the surface. Resuming more mobile cleaning. Possible locations could be Ferry Plaza, Caltrain Depot, and Mission and Main. Reducing frequency on MPE or low ridership lines such as the 8AX, 15, 33, and M bus. Prioritizing restoration to focus on community routes and getting coverage back. I think the 36, the 57, the 35, and the 52 are good target lines for that. Extending lines that are currently shortened, such as the 28, the 43, and the 48, to expand more coverage and connect neighborhoods as businesses reopen, and creating a comprehensive plan for school reopening and working with SFUSD, because what I've heard at Board of Education unit meetings is they don't know what's going on. And it sounds like last year when we were thinking school might reopen in the fall, that you guys didn't know what SFUSD was doing. So I think better coordination there, and then resuming work on the 29 Rapid project is important. I think it's ridiculous that we're only getting hand sanitizer and masks as a pilot now. And I think that Director Kirschbaum and Tumlin are lying about, oh, it's somewhere in between 3 and 6 feet. You guys were in violation of the health order at the beginning, operating at 3-foot distance. Capacities are too high.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Unfortunately, your time is up. Next speaker, please.
You have 3 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Pilpel.
Great. Thanks, David Pilpel. Several of the slides related to the rail service plan don't make sense to me. Why close the subway at 8:30 p.m.? Seems to me that 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekdays and 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on weekends makes sense. I don't understand closing it at 8:30. Why continue to end the J Church at Market Street and force passengers to transfer? No, I didn't hear an explanation on that. Why not operate the M Ocean View as rail and not bus anymore and throughout that with the T? Or alternatively, run the KT the way it used to operate and continue to run the M as a bus? I didn't understand that piece. It's continuing to force a transfer at West Portal that's not necessary. Why is a service restoration planning consultant needed? MTA has lots of transit planners on staff. Doesn't seem like consultant services are needed there. Muni service restoration supports economic recovery, restoring tourism, and basic mobility for all. I've been saying things like that for months now. The current Muni route network is wholly inadequate for many, especially on community lines and hills. When and how does MTA intend to respond to the Board of Supervisors File 21-0100 Service Restoration Resolution? It's been nearly a year of little light rail. Thank you. Of little light rail and no cable car service, but we're still paying operators every day as if they were driving rail. I think that cost is, maybe close to $100 million for a year, and I don't understand that. And finally, Roger Marenko of TW Local 250A requested a cable car crossover at Powell and Market during the Muni restoration or Muni whatever, the working group that we did a year ago. Is that going to happen? Can that be installed before cable car service restores?
Thank you, Mr. Pilpel. Next speaker, please.
You have 2 questions remaining.
Next speaker.
Herbert Weiner, representing Save Muni. It's the position of Save Muni that after the COVID epidemic passes, that all the lines be restored as before. And the least you can do is restore it to the level of Saturday service. It is very important that the entire city be served and not be deprived of service, with one area being favored over another. Muni should be serving all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. Are there additional callers on the line, moderator?
You have one question remaining.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Chair Board and members. Alida Dupree for the record, she and her. I'm encouraged about the opening of the subway, and I hope we can do it sooner rather than later. I think it's very hard for people to live without a subway. I did read your slide about crowding, but do we have a number on approximately how many people are being passed up and denied service? I'm figuring it could run into the hundreds per day. And how many of those pass-ups are people with disabilities? Disability passengers, like myself, should be fully included in Muni, and we should not tolerate the passing up of disabled passengers. So I think we have to go to the next level and ensure that we are not passing up disabled passengers. Opening up the rail will reduce the number of transfers, because in the heart of the city, when you have full vehicles, entrance to those vehicles, especially for people with disabilities, can result in a denial of service. And so I, as a disabled passenger, want to be fully included in Muni. I have a reduced fare Clipper card. Reduced fare must never mean reduced service. And I think we should figure out ways to clean the buses out on the routes, as opposed to bringing them
30
into the yard,
seconds.
so we can be more efficient and serve more people. I want this city to come back, and I want to get back on Muni and enjoy all that San Francisco has to offer. But I'm not able to do that if I risk denial of service. I think that's a priority to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. And I just want to let you know that your audio is not very clear. I think we heard you, but it was hard to hear. Just something to note. Moderator, are there additional callers on the line?
You have two questions remaining.
Next speaker, please.
Hi there, just two clarifying questions. One about the Wi-Fi, just curious if that's for the whole system, including underground. And then the other clarifying question is on the N Church. I understand the underground is waiting until May. Unclear if it's from DuBose to the ocean, if that's going to be open before then. That's all. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You have one question remaining.
Next speaker.
So my name is Francisco da Costa, and I ride the Muni, and there's too much violence on the Muni, and y'all don't seem to care. Much like y'all didn't seem to care about the taxi drivers. You remember how we used to come and plead that we help them? Now y'all are in deep trouble. Deep trouble. It's going to get even deeper. So are y'all going to help us? Or are you going to behave like how y'all behaved with the taxi drivers? Depriving them of money, service, and having disdain for them. I use the Muni, and it's getting from bad to worse.
Thank you, Mr. DaCosta. Any additional callers on the line, moderator?
You have two questions remaining.
Next speaker, please. And if I could just remind callers, if you have us on in the background, mute us. Otherwise, we will hear an echo.
My name is Bill Graziano. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I took the new 15 line the other day, Monday. It was wonderful. It was fast. You should be commented on that. But then on the way home, I had to ride the T line. And what a difference. Since it was built, the problems of the slowness of the T line has never been corrected. And I've gone to a few meetings and they always say, well, it costs too much or they can't do it. This has been a problem since it's been built. And I find it offensive that you cannot straighten this out. You know, the streetcar has to stop at every streetcar, every stop sign. When the cars are turning left, the streetcar waits, and then until the cars go. And I don't understand why you refuse to address this issue. As far as the streetcars are concerned, they're clean, they're beautiful. The transit stops, those coverings are terrible. They're filthy. I would ask that members of this panel take a ride on the T line if you haven't done it already, and then you can see what some of the issues are. You're doing it. You have a lot of work to do. I understand that. I appreciate it, but the issue of the T line needs to be addressed. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Moderator, are there additional callers in the line?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, greetings. My name is Derek Simmons. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have a question. I actually jumped into the meeting kind of late, so I'm not quite sure what topic that you guys are on. But I'm one of the residents that's living down by Bill in the affordable units. And the one thing that we all come and have a problem with is the difference between like the condominium side, which is the other side of Folsom, as compared to our side, meaning that like the parking issues, like who gets a permit. Like we have people in my building that are disabled, like my fiance. We have older people in the building, kids. Like the way we end up having to park sometimes is like 4 or 5 blocks away. The little parking we had just got rezoned. We don't even have a loading zone. They gave a whole block and a half for loading for 24 hours a day for whatever reason on Earth. I don't know, but it'd be nice to if we can have a deeper discussion and more time to talk about that to see what we can work out. Hello?
Yeah. We're here.
Yeah. Like I said before, I've been living down there since 2015, and you know we had parking at one time, and then it just got less and less over the time to the point to where even like Folsom
30
Street
seconds.
has like Folsom has the forever construction going on. Hello?
Oh yeah, we're here.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Great. Well, thank you
yeah,
so much.
so I go ahead.
Great. Thank you for your comments. And this is not a back and forth, so we take people's comments and we and staff responds accordingly another time. Next speaker, please.
You have 1 question remaining.
Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Barry, Toronto. I want to address the issue of the service on Market Street. I would like to echo what David Peelpel said. I think if you're ending the service at 8:30, then you're putting everybody above ground. Especially, I want to say that it is not safe on Market Street downtown at night. And you're waiting here. And I drove my cab along Market Street and got a few fares. But when the legislation comes into effect, I won't be able to do that anymore. So they're going to be waiting a long time. So you have to address the issue of the frequency of the buses above Market Street. There are very few buses I see along Market Street, and I think that's a problem. Also, the speed limit, lowering it to 20. I clocked buses along there. They were going faster than 20 miles an hour. So what you want to do, if you're going to force them to have to sit at every light, then you're not saving any time by putting them all in the bus lane and keeping the taxis out of there. And which is a problem too, because you also have your retirement system in an area that we can't get to by cab anymore. So I want to let you know that we need to rethink what happened on the 19th of January, because you have just hurt the taxi industry and hurt the disabled and senior community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toronto. Moderator, are there additional calls on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
With that, we will close public comment unless there are any additional comments for Ms. Kirschbaum. We will move on to our next item.
Okay, the next item 12, presentation and discussion regarding the SFMTA's budget and financial status.
Great, Mr. Brewers.
Good afternoon, board members. Jonathan Brewers, a senior budget manager with the agency. So I'm going to share my presentation with you and all my notes from our board meetings. All right. So my presentation today is to follow up on our board workshop from last week and also give you an update on where we stand with our current financials for the month. Just to get started, we are 6 months into the fiscal year, so we do have a much better sense of our financial data and kind of trends, use of the systems, our enterprise revenues, and recent federal actions, kind of giving us a sense of what the next 6 to 12 to 18 months will look like. We are seeing that our revenues are flattening. So for the past 90 days, we have seen no further growth in our regular enterprise revenue. So that did increase our fiscal year 22 deficit by $5 million, and I will talk about that. We will cover what our expectations are for further federal relief from Washington, D.C. and the impacts to our budget with regard to that. The board did ask for a draft outreach plan. As Director Kirschbaum, Julie noted with regard to transit service, we're trying to take your advice from the workshop and solicit a lot of feedback prior to coming to you with any final decisions or actions that we might take with regard to the service in the next 18 months. And then I do want to just quickly cover some of the things that we heard from you at the board workshop with regard to report backs. These will occur over the next few weeks. This will also be the opportunity for the public to provide us feedback on various topics that were brought up over those 2 days. That said, I do want to take you back to November 2020. This was when we were monitoring our budget and our revenues, and we started raising some red flags with regard to what the remainder of fiscal year 21 and 22 would look like. So this is when we did see that by March, our revenues just would not keep pace with our expenditures for what we had expected. And we were going to see a major deficit, essentially a fiscal cliff in the spring. This was after correcting both our parking revenues and our transit revenues and noting that the original federal relief from the CARES Act would be exhausted by November 2020. By fiscal month, by December, fiscal month 6, you'll see month over month, we do see our expenditures are down and we match revenues to keep pace with that. That is what Julie was talking about when we talk about the austerity measures, the management controls that we have in place to keep our expenditures down and try to manage them to keep pace with our revenue expectations with what we think we will get. So you'll see, I'm going to go back and forth a little. You'll see that that month goes down as the actuals show up. And you'll see that the resulting deficit in the outer months get adjusted. And we look at this every month. We have a model, we plug in the numbers of the actuals, it changes our out month expectations, and then we make adjustments. So you'll see in December, we're still seeing the same thing, that by March, we were going to end up with a major situation unless we saw further federal relief. So we've now looked at January's data. You'll see again that revenue, so again, projected expenditures and revenues, again, those are bumped down now that we have the actuals in place. We have plugged in the assumption around what we will get from HR 133, so that's the second federal relief bill for transit. We've plugged that in, so you'll see the deficits go away because we've assumed that revenue in those months. We also have made adjustments again to our parking and transit revenue sources. This again is based on looking the month over month and assuming a peak, meaning what we can expect at the highest month within the fiscal year. So you'll see we've bumped parking down a little. We've seen kind of a stabilization over 3 months, but no further growth. And we've further reduced our expectation for peak transit fare revenue to $5.8 million. There's no expectation that we will hit those peak months. Again, we have a projection month over month of what we think we could hit. I will also note that the end month, June of 2021, is where we start the base for fiscal year 22. So really right now, every time we make this adjustment, you will see the deficit in fiscal year 22 increase and greater use of the HR 133 transit relief in the current fiscal year. So that's what you will see. So right now, the deficit in 2021 is closed. We are seeing our enterprise revenues continue to decline or flatten. We haven't seen them grow again. We're essentially starting over from when we started in July. And we will continue to make adjustments. But again, this data is giving us a much greater sense of certainty and predictions as we go forward in, again, the next 6 to 12 to 18 months. That said, you saw this particular slide at the board workshop. The only thing I do want to update you from 2 weeks ago is that we did make an adjustment in fiscal year 22, again, changing where our enterprise revenues are going to start in fiscal year 22. That did increase the deficit by $5 million. So the projected deficit in fiscal year 22 is now $139 million. Here we, again, are covering our total and how we've been able to deal with revenue losses to date. So again, our revenue losses continue to increase, but not at the paces that we saw because, again, we're getting greater levels of certainty. We've covered 20% of those losses to date based on efficiency, savings, and cuts. So again, those austerity measures that we've discussed in our budget plan that was in place, about 2/3 of that has been covered through federal relief. And we still have about 15% to the end of fiscal year 22 that we are working to resolve and close. Here you'll see again what we're looking at. So in fiscal year 21, we expect to use $148 million. That again could be more, again, as our revenue expectations are not met in the current fiscal year, but we are anticipating significant federal relief at whatever level to be able to completely close our deficit in fiscal year 21. In fiscal year 22, we're still showing 139. Again, that could change. You'll recall that in November and December, we did give you a level of risk of further revenue reductions. We have plugged those in, assuming the worst revenue expectations in both fiscal years. Those are looking like they are going to pan out after this second wave of the virus. Now to go to our long-term structural deficit. So a couple things I do want to remind you here. So we're solving for the $139 million in the short term, fiscal year 22. I will get to how that will likely be covered through federal relief and other actions. But we do need to start considering fiscal years 23, 24, and 25. This also gets to what Julie was talking about in her presentation on transit service. I do want to remind the board of two very important things as we begin having this conversation here at the MTA board and with the public. To balance the budget in fiscal year 21 and 22, even prior to the pandemic, and I repeat that again, prior to the pandemic, we were already planning on shifting ongoing capital resources, so between $50 to $60 million a year from our capital budget. That means state of good repair investments, infrastructure investments, those investments that keep the system in a state of good repair. We were shifting from that to operations, meaning day-to-day service. So there is a trade-off that starts just with making that decision. Our assets continue to decline quicker, our deferred maintenance costs increase, and there are higher long-term risks when making that decision. So as a policy decision, that was made in the last fiscal year, and that is assumed to continue through to fiscal year 25 and beyond. In addition, you'll see at the bottom in kind of that orange red that to balance the budget in both fiscal year 21 and 22, we're using significant one-time funds. And if Tim Mangelmont were here, but he is on vacation, well-deserved vacation, he would remind you that those are dollars that are in addition to the federal relief, including using the agency's fund balance, so not the 10% reserve, but the agency's one-time fund balance, and using one-time development impact fees that we did have in cash for those fiscal years. So we are using a significant amount of one-time revenues to keep our ongoing operations going in these 2 fiscal years. So any decision that we make going forward, we need to start considering our ability to sustain that service in fiscal year 23 and starting to think about fiscal year 24. One thing also to note is you'll see the structural deficit is higher in 23 than in 24, 25. That's because we are making an assumption about the recovery of our revenues up to that point. So the existing $68 to $70 million structural deficit we started with, plus the impact of the pandemic. And finally, I do want to note in this projection that we are assuming that we get to 100% service by fiscal year 23. What path by which we get there, we have not yet decided, but the costs assumed in fiscal year 23 assume that we are providing the number of revenue hours that we provided prior to the pandemic. So here is just kind of our scorecard with regard to the fiscal year 22 deficit. I can give you some quick updates here. So we would have already assumed that board reserve that was just extra expenditures had our revenues magically ended up better and not worse than anticipated in the budget. So that is an expenditure reduction that was already included for fiscal year 22. We have since completed our revenue bond sale, the refinancing sale. So we have not yet done the new money sale. We have completed the refinancing sale, and it looks like we will realize in the 2 fiscal years about $39 million of savings. There'll be some additional savings, maybe up to 42 in total, but those won't be realized until fiscal year 23. So much better than we thought. I think our highest level was $35 million. So this piece of the puzzle and this part of the plan has proven successful. So that makes the net deficit to close $81 million in fiscal year 22. This again is before any federal relief. So even before federal relief, we have other things on the table that we're waiting to hear about. One is a potential for the COLA slide, which we will know about when the March joint report comes out. That will reduce our expenditures by $10 million in fiscal year 22. We are anticipating that we will not have to make our full annual contribution, member contribution to Caltrain in fiscal year 22. So that would be a $10 million savings. Continuing our austerity measures. So again, those fiscal controls we have in place in fiscal year 21, those mirrored again in fiscal year 22 would equal $71 million in savings. The board will recall that we're estimating $118 million of savings in the current fiscal year. We will not be able to replicate that in the second year for various reasons that I'm happy to talk about. But those would result in $71 million in savings. We have capital revenues that can be made available to the board to further shift to operations as needed. And we have the option to use our rainy day reserve of $39 million. We are recommending at this point to take furloughs off the table for discussion. I will repeat, and I think Director Tumlin did, that we are not anticipating any discussion of labor impacts or reductions other than the COLA slide, which is a trigger in our labor agreements. It's just the cost benefit, the amount of work that would be needed to do amendments to our labor agreements to realize that level of savings. We are not recommending that at this point. So $177 million in solutions for an $81 million deficit. I do want to state and make clear to the board that this is the operating deficit. We still have capital project needs and capital project costs that the agency is responsible for with regard to both active projects and contract commitments that we also need to consider how to pay for in the upcoming 18 months. That said, with regard to federal relief, I do want to keep it high level at this point until we get a greater level of surety, but I do want to give the board some kind of teasers to keep in each of your minds. So President Biden did propose in his $1.9 trillion federal relief bill, $20 billion for transit. The latest bill we've seen from the House, as Jeff noted, included $30 billion. So conservatively, that's a range of $300 to $450 million one time. So some things to think about as the board considers how we use these revenues. One, those further revenue reductions or project risks, they're still there, and we still don't know the nature of a recovery or any outstanding contract commitments that we need to make. So those are still up for discussion, and we do need to cover those costs. We do need to consider using one-time dollars for ongoing operational costs. We are beginning an analysis now. It's not ready. I can tell the board that there will be enough growth in our enterprise and regular revenues that there is a level of ongoing operational costs we can afford, but it is not the full amount of the federal relief. So I do want to make that clear, and we will get back to you once we know a little bit more about that. Making sure we do staff up for a successful reopening. So those trades and specific positions we need to provide the service that the public expects and being able to sustain those salaries. And then also meeting key state of good repair needs and making sure we're making those investments and taking advantage of, again, the current shutdowns and the opportunities that we have to make these investments before we fully reopen the transportation system to the public. So where this changes is the bottom here, assuming that we close that $139 million with additional federal relief. You board members and the public at home can do the math. There will be a positive delta, but again, we want to work with the board likely in March to have a conversation about the criteria around the use of those dollars and being very transparent about the costs that the agency will have over that period of time. I just do want to remind you about our state of good repair backlog. We did cover this at the board workshop. The areas where we have the highest percentage of the total backlog, those areas, facilities, our parking infrastructure, our traffic and signals infrastructure, and our fixed guideway infrastructure. So first, facilities, parking, traffic and signals. Those are, especially facility and parking, are the hardest areas of infrastructure for the agency to fund. There are no regular ongoing capital revenue sources that support that, or the priorities are typically higher, that those are not prioritized and we don't make the investments. So we continue to see our backlogs in these areas grow. And I think the board is well aware of our situation with our facilities. It's getting to the point where they're just not functional. They are well beyond their useful life, and we do have to consider a large amount of capital investment to bring them up to 21st century standards. We have discussed our fixed guideway needs and that we have not been able to keep pace in that area with our rail and our overhead and our investments. So again, as Julie noted, if we can make those investments now, you are saving a ton of money and a ton of service risk in the out years when we make those investments. And then we are unable to meet our parking and traffic investment levels. So in those areas, we do continue to see our backlogs grow. That said, this is our capital deficit that we were talking about. And I do want to report to the board where we are with our revenue bond and where we ended up. So in light of the federal relief and coming out of that with a positive delta, as many of you had noted as we were moving forward with that as one of our tools, it just makes no sense to pay interest on in the form of debt service when we anticipate getting that level of one-time money, which can be used for capital needs. So that said, we focus the revenue bond on the core areas that we are unable to fund through other sources, especially those that I just discussed where we have major backlogs. So you'll see that the deficit on the bottom right was $200.7 million prior to the revenue bond. With the new money bond, we are able to get that down to $82.7 million. And you'll see that the investments were in the transit fixed guideway, parking, and facilities areas where with the prior CIP, we were already running a deficit and running projects on fumes. So as an example, in the facility area, we were never able to fully fund the 1215th Street PCO headquarters. And this additive money on top of the baseline will allow us to fully fund that project and move it forward. The parking revenues, that 22 million is for our meter replacement. That does give the board some flexibility with regard to dollars we will have available for other needs. So that was that capital flex we had talked about. And then on transit fixed guideway, there is an unending need for dollars in that area, and the work that the subway task force is doing and a number of our core projects on the streets right now do require these revenues to move those projects on time, on budget, and on schedule. So quickly, I do want to cover outreach that did come up at the board workshop. And so our public outreach and engagement team are working on a very quick outreach process in the month of March. I just wanted to get some feedback from the board on this. So we are doing internal budget town halls. There have already been 2. Some of them are during the workday and some of them are in the evenings and on the weekends. We are also cataloging ideas that are coming from employees through emails and those internal town halls. So that is actively occurring right now. And we're taking notes and feedback from our colleagues throughout the SFMTA. Digitally, we do have sfmta.com, all the information around the board workshop, including the prioritization exercise that the board went through, is available on sfmta.com. In the last budget, we did do budget blogs, which helped explain the process that we're going through and provide all the information in advance, kind of at a very nerdy data level to the board. We will do that yet again as part of a participatory budgeting type process. I do want to remind the board that we are in the middle of the 2-year budget process, so we will not be making any technical adjustments to the board other than deciding a plan of action to balance the budget and match our revenues with our expenditures and our operating programs and projects. So that is the exercise we'll be going through. And then some quick outreach and engagement. We did just meet with the Youth Commission, and I thought that was a really great presentation. I got some ideas and feedback from them. There was some feedback that we meet with the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Committee, so we are scheduled to have that meeting. I think we might have done it already, but I know that's on the schedule. Our YTAB is being finalized, so their first meeting in March will be all around this topic. We do want to do a quick digital town hall to give members of the public an opportunity to kind of delve into the details and provide us feedback in a very similar fashion to what we did last year, especially in light of COVID. So we do want to quickly put one of those together. And then we will go to the April 1st Citizens Advisory Council, ending with the MTA board on April 6th. So both you and the CAC will generally get the same information. We will provide you an update, and I'm sure you'll get an update as part of your normal CAC report at the April 6th board meeting. So just last, really quick. So what we did was we looked at the video from the board workshop 2 times, and we had staff taking a number of notes for both days. And we started to put together kind of a plan of action of generally what we heard from the board with regard to report backs and follow-ups. So we do just want to get some feedback from the board today on this list. If there are things that you would like to add or clarify on, happy to do that. Some of these things will just be in the form of a data memo to the board. Some will be a full presentation back to the board. Some will be handled at your policy and governance committee. We're still kind of working on the logistics of that, but we did want to make sure to confirm this list so we can make sure to get the assignments out to staff and schedule these items in the next couple of weeks. So with that, I am happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Ruers. I don't see any questions yet. I guess I'll ask you too. Are our Fast Pass numbers down, and how significantly are our Fast Pass numbers down?
So our Fast Pass, i.e. the monthly pass, are significantly down. Significantly down. So one of the pieces of feedback that we took from all of you was kind of looking at, prepayment, how we're doing payment, How are we marketing it with the system reopening? I don't know if we had informed the board, but we did participate in a COVID-19 innovation grant with the Federal Transit Administration, and we were awarded close to $500,000 to develop a specific marketing and messaging program on how to get people back to transit. And so we'll be tying that to our fare programs and kind of how the steps we want to take it in messaging and service to get those numbers back up. But we're down. I can give you the specific data, but it is like 80 to 90%. People just aren't participating.
Right. And so with this marketing campaign, when do we expect to see that?
We just got awarded the grant in the past month. We are putting the scope together now. We can certainly give the board a quick memo on what the scope of that grant was, so you can know the details and what the deliverables will be.
Great. And then the other question I had, and it's more of a capital question. I just saw that the Biden administration created a fund for electric vehicles, and I wondered if tapping into that fund will help us maybe deal with some of, I know that we don't have a large like backlog in that space, but if we could replace some of the funds we allocated for fleet or vehicles with the money from the federal government, do you see that as being possible?
So we do. We have a whole team of people led by Joel Goldberg who go after every dollar that we can possibly get externally from the federal, state government, region, and our sales tax authority here in San Francisco. So we can pursue a grant for that. We do have an ongoing non-revenue fleet replacement program. We are supposed to replace those vehicles with electric vehicles as we can, and we've added chargers to a number of our fixed facilities in San Francisco to allow for that. So if we can offset those operating costs, we definitely will pursue that.
Okay, great. And so now I see Dr. Heminger.
You do, Madam Chair. And Jonathan, it'd be probably helpful with my first question if you could put back up slide 13. Lucky
Sure.
13.
All right, slide 13. There you go.
Please. So I'm just trying to track all the federal actions that we've seen and hope to see. So just check me on this. So in FY 21 and 22, we will exhaust the second federal relief program with 148 million in 21 and 86 million in 22. Is that right?
Correct.
So that leaves the bill that they're working on now. And you showed us a fairly wide range because the House bill is at 30 billion and what Biden had proposed was 20. If it's 30 billion, I think your estimate was 450 million.
Yes, correct.
Which, if that is what comes through, what you're showing here is you only need 139 to balance FY 22. Is that right?
That is correct.
So that's 300 million bucks clear that we could apply to the FY 23 budget?
We can. Yes, that is an option that will be available.
That's right. Or raise the question about, is a budget built on a 30% service cut where we should be starting from?
Fair enough, although I was surprised. I don't think we asked Julie how many passengers we have, though, right, Jeff? We're only still at about a third of our passenger load, right?
Yeah, between a quarter and a third.
Yeah, so I mean, we're running 70% of our service and we're capturing 30% of our riders.
But our buses are full because of social distancing.
No, I get that. I get that. It's, well, I guess it's just sort of surprisingly good news in terms of what the federal government is doing to get us through this pandemic. You would think by FY 23, we're going to have a much higher level of economic activity. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the relief program, isn't it?
That's absolutely right. Although what we would expect is that the long-term decline in our parking revenue will continue as ride-hail wipes out parking and autonomous vehicles completes that process. Moreover, we will expect an ongoing pressure focused on equity and contributes to the long-term decline in the portion of our budget that is based in the fare box. So the real question for us is, like, we need to develop new ongoing sources of operating revenue. And our first opportunity to do that will be at the 2022 ballot. So the question for us that we're facing right now is, how confident are we that we might win at the 2022 ballot? And therefore, how much of this federal surplus can we invest now in service restoration beyond the 70%? Or how much of it do we save to avoid falling off the fiscal cliff in late 2022, early 23, if we're not successful at the ballot and there's no more additional ongoing one-time sources? So there's a risk game that we're going to need to be playing later this year to make some of those choices. And we're starting the process right now of trying to assess what that risk is and how much of this surplus federal money can we advance to service restoration beyond the 30% across-the-board service cut that is built into our budget.
Right. You know, I know there's been some chatter, not only in the Bay Area, but nationally about, you know, certain agencies are tightening their belts and other agencies are just coasting entirely on the federal money and who's being more fairly treated. Do you have a sense of where we are on that spectrum? I mean, are we doing more belt tightening than most agencies or less?
Significantly more. Consistent with what other city departments did here in San Francisco, we at SFMTA acted more quickly and more boldly early in COVID, largely to protect the health of our workforce, which we were successful at, and also to minimize the chance of layoffs, knowing the economic devastation that was going to be hitting us. So we cut more service, and we started a hiring freeze effectively way back at the beginning of this thing. So we shrunk strategically in order to protect our workforce, both from furloughs as well as from COVID. That then gives us the ability to use our reserves to smooth out the edges. So most of our peers have already gutted their reserves.
Director Tumlin,
Well,
you are cutting out very badly. If you could either wear a headset or go out and return, that would be great. Thank you.
And, you know, I would add to what Jeff just said. The board, I think, approved a very conservative budget. And I think the objective is what we have always said it was going to be. One, to protect the workforce. And second, and I have stressed this over and over, service stability, that we were not, you know, promising service we couldn't deliver and then going off a cliff. So as Julie noted, we made the commitment back in, you know, right after the pandemic in May and June, that March was going to be where we hit that 70% service peak. We made the commitment that that's what we thought was financially sustainable. In November, when we started seeing things going wrong, we informed the board of the consequences, again, well in advance, so people would be prepared. We had a plan of various actions we could take to close that, again, with the objectives of protecting the workforce and having service sustainability in San Francisco so we could support an economic recovery. So the plan was always to take actions, you know, quarter after quarter to buy ourselves time to see if our own revenues would recover, which was the scenario that we went with in the budget, or if further federal relief would show up. Always having our own reserve as the absolute emergency thing to sustain us if everything didn't work out for us. So, you know, I congratulate the board on making those prudent decisions that have gotten us to this point. And I would say nationally, you know, based on what I'm hearing, you know, we're about in the middle. we were further on the be realistic about the service that you can provide and sustain side of it, conservative there. But we, promising 70% service and that you could sustain it with no further impact, there was a lot of faith put in that decision as well.
Well, Jonathan, I'm sure the board appreciates your congratulations, but if anybody deserves congratulations here, it's probably Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. The phrase you and Jeff have been using all along is buy ourselves some time. And I guess the reason I wanted to go through these numbers today was just to make sure I've got the sense of it right. This package, if it's approved at the level that's moving through the House, could buy us a considerable amount of time, not just through the pandemic per se, conceivably. My other question is a relatively small one, and that is I did understand that our new money bonds sort of took some incoming at the Board of Supervisors. So do we now have a smaller ceiling that we could use to sell debt, and what does that do to your financial plans?
So what we ended up doing is essentially, instead of doing the $287 million new money bond, we're going to issue a $129 million new money bond, which results in about $118 million of revenue that will be applied to capital. So again, cutting that capital deficit we had of $202 million down to about 80. The impact on debt service, so the reduction in debt service, I'm just guessing, we haven't perfectly calculated it yet. We're still looking at it and rushing. I'd say is in the $6 to $7 million a year. So that just reduces that structural deficit in those out years, out for 30 years.
And was there an understanding that we would have the chance to go back and say, hey, we'd really like to use the other half of the capacity that we think we have?
We always have the ability to do that. We can do that at any time. The only trade-off is the cost of issuance, which we have to go through to issue a revenue bond, and the nature of the markets and interest rates at that time. So based on what I saw last week, the agency on the refinancing probably got the best rates that I will see in my remaining career here at the MTA. And I'm hoping that we will do as well. It was in the 2%, in the mid 2%. I mean, that was really good. And we'll see what we get with the new money bond in the next week or two.
Well, then I'll congratulate you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Heminger. Director Eakin is next.
I was just gonna say, Director, you can feel free to go ahead. I'm happy to go last.
Are you sure, Director Eakin? Okay, I don't want to jump.
Go for it.
Mike, maybe this is where maybe Director Heminger and I are like having like a what's that movie with Lindsay Lohan where she switches with her twin sister or her mom or something?
Freaky Friday.
Freaky Friday. I think that's what's happening right now. Director Hemminger's is Gumdrops and Roses, and I'm here to say this is great, but what is the plan to pay for the $2.5 billion of capital projects and the state of good repair that keeps being brought up at every single board meeting? You know what I mean? It's good that more time has been bought, but I still feel like I haven't seen the $3 billion plan. So what is it?
So we will be talking about that in March and April. I think what we're trying for now is stability. And I think the feedback we want to get from the board and the public are what are the services and projects and outcomes you want us to achieve consistent with our values. And once we get that together, we will prepare a package for all of you to look at to get your feedback on. It is a huge problem we are working to solve, and it is going to have to be iterative. We definitely heard your feedback that we want to go big. We could go to $500-600 million measure. But what I think we want to work with the board and the public on is what things do you want to invest in first? What are the trade-offs if you do this first, if you do this second? we have to take these things into consideration as we develop this program. And as Director Tumlin has said 50 times, when you start talking about infrastructure and the pretty shiny things that people don't see, it doesn't sound very interesting when you're a voter. But those are the things that will really reduce our costs and guarantee that we have stable and reliable service for people. And then we build upon a successful base. So I think it's contingent on all of you and for us to educate the public that sometimes we're going to talk about funding things and getting things done that don't sound all that exciting or revolutionary. But once and for all, we really need to build a very successful and strong base for us to build upon. And so I think that will be the conversation we're going to be having over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Eakin. Did you want to go now?
Sure. Thank you so much. First of all, Jonathan, I just want to say thank you for the follow-up. I love seeing this slide with a very clear articulation of everything you heard at the board meeting. So really, really appreciate that. On that kind of note, I think myself and I think all the other board members spent, a couple hours the night between the 2 days of the workshop filling out your wonderful modeling tool and giving you some really clear guidance in terms of like how we would how our values showed us we would spend the money, and then if we would make any tweaks to how we would spend the money. And some people loved it, some people hated the exercise. But we gave you a lot of information to work with. And I just wonder what, just along the lines of follow-up, what's happening with all of that information we all gave you in terms of how we would spend the money. And a question I had on that exercise, like, you could buy Vision Zero for $4, or you could buy other things for certain amounts of money. Are we fairly to interpret those as the sort of relative costs of the different pieces? And would love to continue that conversation. So want to understand what the next steps are there.
Sure. So now you're making me turn on my designer hat, my strategist designer hat. So what we're doing is we're taking a lot of input and information from you, the board, from what we heard with the public, and we're putting together what's called the synthesis document. So we're taking the presentations we put together, which sort of the staff input on what's important, how do we want to present it, what are the big questions. We're taking all the notes and feedback and comments that we got both from the public and you at the 2-day workshop, and we've plugged that in and we've looked at patterns and connections between what the staff was thinking, the feedback from the public, and what we got from the board. The data we took from the exercise is also a part of that. So how do our values fit into this? How are we prioritizing things? And the answer I gave to Director Ukitiel was based strictly on that synthesis, that we need to be clear in how we're communicating kind of what priorities need to come first, the value that we get for certain investments. That was clearly coming across from the workshop. And we will come back to you in March and kind of confirm these are our high-level thoughts. These are kind of the next steps, how to message it, what can be achieved, and then tying outcomes to values, which is where we eventually want to get. So we are taking it all in, and I'm at draft 1 of that synthesis document right now, but we are taking it all in. And then I think we heard from you that you wanted us to go out to the public and also get some feedback around those same exercises that you went on. So that's the last piece we're looking to get before coming back to you probably in late March with all that information.
Okay, great. And I just really appreciate the way you're just so clearly articulating and elucidating all of the sort of the larger financial picture, all of the trade-offs in terms of the structural deficit. One specific question along those lines, if we go to slide 16, where you've shown the capital improvement program, tying this piece of the conversation back to Director Tumlin's opening report with the tragic news about the fatalities, the rapid response team not having any recommendations, but Director McGuire telling us maybe in some cases we need larger capital changes. I just wanted to get a confirmation from you, Director McGuire. Does that $282 million in the streets line and the 91.6 in the signals line, between those pieces of the capital improvement plan, do you believe we have the funds we need to fix the high injury network and to do all the street changes we need for Vision Zero? Or as we're making these difficult financing trade-offs, is there a bigger number that we're not even talking about yet in terms of reaching Vision Zero?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question so clearly, Director Eakin. I think the simple answer is in over the next 2 years, no, that is not enough for us to reach our Vision Zero goal of at least quick building and ideally doing even more work on every street of the high entry network. I believe the number we showed you at the workshop was a gap of something in the order of about $80 million that we would, in a perfect world, if we wanted to touch every street of the high entry network far enough ahead of time to have every mile engineered before 2024, that's what we'd be aiming for. So no, it's not.
Okay. Well, I guess I just want to make a very, very clear request as we're making these tough trade-offs, and as you saw, safety is a really high value. Like, let's talk about the number that we actually need, so that to Director Heminger's point, if we have a surplus of federal funds, we can decide, what's the direction we want to go. I think it needs to be on the table.
Okay.
Okay. And the last point. Oh, sorry. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no. That's a key thing. We in the Vision Zero discussion at the workshop, Director, we talked about a low, medium, and high cost approach to every mile, and how that feeds into the action the next 2-year action strategy. So absolutely, we'll be coming back to you soon with our thoughts about the action strategy, and it sounds like maybe even sooner with some of these capital budget numbers. Very good.
Okay, great. And then just to your question, Jonathan, about is anything sort of missing from that list of follow-ups, anything that we were expecting to see? I'm just scrolling to it. I thought we had talked about the staff coming back, as maybe I would put it under the Vision Zero or under the slow streets category of getting some feedback. Of an actual kind of connected citywide network of slow streets and protected bike lanes. I didn't see that as a specific follow-up. I remember we had a conversation last fall that was really great. And I do remember a series of maps being shown by your staff, sort of showing we're getting more of the network, we're covering more and more by slow streets. This is wonderful progress. It still wasn't a continuous network. And I would just really love to see that network map, or maybe a series of maps and scenarios laid out for us in a conversation, because that too will have its own price tag associated with it, I imagine, that we should also consider in the budget context. That, again, I just don't know if we have that sort of North Star yet. And I guess I just wanted to say I've been so appreciating the slow streets that staff has worked so hard to create. Riding around with my family, it is so safe, it is so comfortable that, when I have to ride now on 17th Street, in the Mission, which is a narrow lane with lots of traffic and lots of car doors opening, it's a very noticeably much less comfortable, much more stressful experience. And I just find myself asking, why can't we just create a network of slow streets citywide to give everyone that same comfortable 8 to 80 experience and really build upon our success? So really asking for that from you all.
Absolutely.
I will add it to the list.
We'll bring that back.
Thank you.
It's already on the list.
Thank you. So if there are no more comments from board members, I will open it up to general public comment. This is general public comment on the discussion about SFMTA's budget and financial status. Moderator, are there callers on the line?
You have one question remaining.
Speaker, you can go ahead.
So I was at the Board of Supervisors meeting that was discussed at this virtual meeting, and the explanation given makes sense, but at the Board of Supervisors meeting, it looked as if some decision was taken, and then after the decision was taken, it went to the Board of Supervisors. And this shouldn't happen, because then what happens is a mistrust is created in the mind of the public. Now, I watch the meetings, but I don't give my public comment every time. And I really felt really bad when Ed Reskin left. That's me, subjectively speaking. And then came the pandemic, and I'm not blaming y'all for the pandemic, but we all have to live with a situation where leadership comes into the play. And good leaders know the way, show the way, and go the way. And I don't see that. And with leadership should come the ability to discern. And also we should have empathy and compassion. And I say that because we did not treat the taxi drivers with empathy and compassion.
30 seconds.
Right? Some of them got a stroke. And we have to bear this in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DaCosta. Are there additional speakers on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
So with that, we will close public comment and move on to our next item.
Item 13, authorizing the director to execute amendment number 3 to contract number 2014-48, towing and storage of abandoned and illegally parked vehicles with Tegsco, doing business as San Francisco Auto Return, to increase the contract amount by $23.2 million for the first 2 years of the extension, for a total contract amount not to exceed $88.6 million, and to extend the agreement for 5 years.
Well, good evening, Chair Borden, Vice Chair Eakin, and directors. My name is Lorraine Fuquay. I'm a contract administrator with the Streets Division. This is my first presentation to you all, and it is pretty daunting following Jonathan, but I'll do my best. The SFMTA's towing program supports transit by maximizing traffic flow, especially during commute hours. They remove abandoned vehicles that pose safety hazards, collect vehicles that are involved in accidents or are used in the commission of crimes. The towing program supports city parking regulations that are essential for keeping the streets safe and clean, and that help to maintain parking availability for merchants and residents. You can think of the towing program in 2 parts. SFMTA's portion of the program provides enforcement and administrative support, and the other portion, which I'll be focusing on, is the towing agreement. The current tow contractor, San Francisco Auto Return, has 58 employees, 20 of whom work under a collective bargaining agreement with Teamsters Local 665. They manage a network of 11 towing firms with a pool of 65 drivers, as well as 2 storage facilities. They assist the public with retrieving their vehicles at their on-site customer service center at the short-term lot, and conduct lien sale processes and host auctions for vehicles that are not retrieved. Payments to the contractor in the towing agreement consist of 2 types. There is a monthly management fee that allows the contractor to maintain staffing and service requirements under the agreement without relying on tow volume. And there are monthly variable fees that are pass-through costs to tow truck operators, and they also cover the lien sale process and auctions. The total cost for the towing program in fiscal year 19 was $28.2 million, and the towing agreement portion of that was $14 million. The tow program is cost recovery. The SFMTA recovers costs through the following. There is an administrative fee that supports SFMTA's part of the program. There is a towing fee that supports the towing agreement, and there are storage fees that support rent of the short and long-term storage facilities. Now, there are times when these fees aren't collected. And for those instances, we have fee reductions and waivers. The oldest is the stolen vehicle waiver, which occurs when a car is stolen and eventually towed. SFPD confirms that the vehicles were stolen, and with that confirmation, we refund the administrative and tow fees. At the time of this 2016, the Board of Supervisors requested a first-time tow reduction, which currently grants a $50 credit toward the administrative fee. We continue to work with the Board of Supervisors, the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, the Human Service Agency, and the Treasurer's Office Financial Justice Project as well as a number of advocacy groups that represent those certified as low income and those experiencing homelessness. So let me give you a summary of how the reductions and waivers work. The standard combined towing and administrative fee is $574. If this is your first tow for a vehicle you own or rent, your combined fee would be $524. If you are towed and certified as low income, your reduced combined fee will be $100. And if you are towed and certified as homeless, you are granted a one-time complete waiver of towing fees so that the amount you pay is zero. And with regard to storage fees, which usually begin to accrue after 4 hours, if you are certified low income or homeless, storage fees are also waived if you are able to pick up your vehicle within 15 days after the tow date. And afterwards, the fee for that would be $67.50 per day. The total amount collected from towing and storage fees, again in fiscal year 2019, was approximately $23.6 million. And the amount that was waived or reduced was $4.5 million. Now, those numbers are important because if you add them together, you get about $28.1 million. Remember, the cost of the program is $28.2 million, which means the shortfall was just under $100,000. So pretty much we break even. So with that background in mind, I'll address the current agreement. In 2016, we received approval and funding of the 5-year base term of the agreement in the amount of $65.4 million, along with the option for the Director of Transportation to extend the agreement for an additional 5 years under his authority. As the contract neared the end of the 5-year base term, we negotiated with Auto Return, who agreed to credit back to the SFMTA the contract mandated consumer price index increases to their management fee for the next 2 years, so long as the baseline of the fee remained intact. In addition, due to the move to online auctions, there was a reduction in the per auction fee paid to the contractor. And when you combine those with the CPI credits, we should save about $532,000 over the next 2 years of the agreement. At this point, we would normally request funding for the full 5-year extension. However, due to the pandemic, projecting annual budgets for the towing agreement are a little harder to predict. And let me explain that. Our tow volume in the 12 months leading up to the pandemic was 45,138 vehicles, or an average of 3,762 tows per month. During the pandemic, tow volumes dropped sharply. There was a low of only 894 tows in May 2020, and slowly we've been coming back. But for the last 3 months, tow volume has averaged about 1,439 per month. And the total number of tows since the pandemic began, it is 14,686 vehicles. Prior to the pandemic, the 3 highest non-SFPD tow types were tow-away, which includes commute tows, driveway, and expired registration. During the pandemic, we have either suspended or modified 2 of these tow types due to shelter in place and other pandemic-related challenges. Lining in the cloud, the tow volume reductions have actually saved us an average of $200,000 per month in the tow contract's variable fees. And if this continues through March of this year, we will save $2.4 million for the year. And we would most likely use that to offset the tow fee reduction and waivers. As I said, at this point, we would normally request funding for the full extension. But given the uncertainty that the pandemic has brought, What we would request from the board instead is approval to fund the first 2 years of the extension at the cost of $23.2 million, so that we can track how things develop as we emerge from the pandemic later this year, hopefully, and can better evaluate program costs and needs post-pandemic. That's what I've got. Thank you for your consideration. At this point, myself or my manager, Stephen Lee, and I will be available to answer questions.
Thanks, Ms. Fuqua. Did you have something to add, Tom? You're muted, Tom. Tom, you're muted.
So I just wanted to give a little more context to what Lorraine went through, really great details of our tow program. I know that kind of arching over all this are the ongoing concerns about what I guess I would call policy concerns about our tow program. As Lorraine noted, we've essentially suspended more than 2/3 of the tows that we normally do during shelter in place, and we're working actively with a coalition of stakeholders to consider additional discounts or additional ways of making the program as more customer friendly and less punitive for people who are struggling the most. I just want to make really clear that rather than come back for the 5-year renewal that was anticipated when we first signed this contract in 2016, we are actually just asking for 2 years, because we need to maintain the continuity of the auto return operations at this time while we have this bigger dialogue about towing policy. It's our goal that my team in the Streets Division will come back to you with our revenue section and our finance team to discuss more broadly those discussions we're having with the stakeholders who are concerned about the impacts on low income and people experiencing homelessness, and have a more robust discussion about tow policy. We are going to need to have a tow contract no matter where we land on those policy conversations. And those discounts will take some time to implement. So while it's always very hard to disentangle both the policy questions about towing from the administrative and financial things that Lorraine's walked us through, and even our own experiences being towed, it's happened to me. It's not a great experience. I want to remind you that we're just talking about doing a pretty minimal contract renewal right now, and not locking ourselves into any specific policy decisions about which tows return after COVID's over, or how we continue to find ways to be more potentially lenient towards low-income drivers.
Great. Director Hinsey had a question.
I did, sorry. Lorraine, can you talk about working with the contractor and maybe their performance and deliverables and what they have and how they've been meeting some of those?
Lorraine. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm here. I just turned everything off. So the just a sec.
And I see Mr. Lee here too, so I don't know if Mr. Lee will speak instead.
So do you want me to start it off, Steve, or you want to take over?
I'll take a turn.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll give you a break.
Okay.
Chairperson Borden, members of the board, Director Tumlin, Steve Lee, MTA Streets Division. The contractor is very responsive in terms of contract requirements. You know, we have them audited regularly by the controller's office. We find no irregularities in the operation. They're in full compliance with the contract itself. In terms of service level requirements that Auto Return is to provide, certain things that we have in place that are very important to us, the agency, as well as the paying customers, things such as wait times at the customer service center, where they're required to address each customer within a 7-minute wait period. They're required to answer the phone lines within 30 seconds. They're required to show up at a tow site once dispatched during peak hours in 35 minutes and non-peak hours in 25 minutes. So, and I'd also like to add that, you know, we've been working with Auto Return for over 15 years. They've been a great partner in sort of helping us revolutionize, should I say, the parking operation. And when we asked them for concessions, they were very responsive, and we worked together. So yeah, they're very responsive and provide great service.
And Steve, they specifically gave back the contract mandated raises they would have gotten for the last 2 years. Is that right? That was
correct.
In the management fee? Yeah, okay.
Yes, correct. And as a matter of fact, I'd like to add that they actually added more, right? In terms of what we're asking for in terms of the management fee, you're looking at $8.4 million for the first year and 8.7 in the second year. Prior to any negotiations or discussions, it would have been right at 9.2 and 9.4 for years 1 and 2 respectively. So initially we went to them and said, hey, we need to reduce your management fee. You know, we're not doing great financially. They understood. So the initial, just in terms of the management fee reduction, we reduced it by actually 5%. And then on top of that, I said, hey, that's not enough. We need more. And so they agreed to return the CPI adjustments for the first 2 years.
Great. Thank you. Director Yukatel?
I think Director Eakin was before me.
Oh, sorry about that. Director Eakin, did you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you so much, Chair Borden. I guess Director Tumlin has gotten us very comfortable with the idea that we have to make very difficult decisions, brutal decisions. And I just wanted to ask a couple questions because this feels like a good amount of money. And it feels especially like a pretty high fixed management fee, given the variability that Lorraine spoke to in terms of the actual number of tows. It seems like the bulk of the management fee, they could tow 0 cars and they would still get $8 million a year. And so I just wanted to understand in terms of like our sustainable streets priorities, maybe Director McGuire, just to ask the very obvious question, what would happen if we just did not approve this contract and we chose to allocate this $23 million to other urgent needs? How would this negatively impact our city and our goals?
Well, okay, so I'll take it from the streets operations point of view, Director. It's a fair question. It's kind of a tricky question to answer, but what I would say is that the majority of the towing that we're doing right now is the kind of thing that San Franciscans expect to be able to pick up the phone and have us take care of. Specifically, there's a car parked in my driveway. That's one of the most common. Also, cars blocking fire hydrants, cars blocking crosswalks, cars parked on sidewalks. The kind of things that we're actually trying to do more enforcement of, not less. So, my biggest concern would be losing some credibility with people who expect us to enforce, that basic parking rule. As far as the volume of the tows, I know Steve knows the detail more. There's a lot of fixed costs in any towing operation. You need to rent land, you need to staff up, you need to have a customer service center. Because we do have customer service standards that we set for ourselves. But from a policy and operations point of view, I would be very concerned with not being able to tow vehicles that are blocking crosswalks, driveways, sidewalks, bike lanes, bus lanes, especially at rush hour. I think that would not be a good position for us, especially as we see traffic starting to come back and potentially congestion return during the pandemic.
Mr. Lee has his hand up, but do you want to respond to Director Eakin's question?
Yes, Vice Chair Eakin, I understand in terms of looking at just the flat management fee, and it is a big dollar amount, right? I think the thing to know is that the auto returns profit margin on that fixed management fee is approximately 6%, and probably a lot less now, given the fact that they're going to give back real dollars that they're going to have to fork out of their pocket in terms of any operational adjustments or increases that they're going to occur. For the most part, the $8 million goes towards staffing we staff about 58 employees at the two facilities. It also goes to pay for their benefits, utilities, the overhead, maintenance, security guards. So it's quite a bit of expenditures as it relates to running the short-term and long-term facilities. And in the end, any further sort of reductions on the part of auto return would probably result in layoffs of regular and union staff members.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add one quick thing when we're talking about no tow, that remember that they also tow vehicles for SFPD that are involved in crimes or are in accidents. So if we stop the tow program, those things stop as well. They are our source for those types of tows.
So Ms. Fuqua, could you just clarify, so does this contract cover those tows as well then?
Yes, it does. We support SFPD, any type of tow that they do, which, generally are hazards, crime, accidents, and then the MTA supports the parking side. So I just didn't want that to get lost.
And just do we get any money from SFPD for this? I mean, not that like I'm always looking for money, but just wondering if do we get any money from SFPD for that purpose?
No, but we also don't share any of the money that we collect with SFPD.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. So then we have Director Cudillo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Borden. Forgive me, directors, I actually have a fair amount of questions on this particular point. It is an issue that I care a lot about. You might wonder why. I think it's both a product of personal experience with having my small vehicle be towed very much, and also, frankly, I've received a lot of input from the public on this particular matter. I'm not sure why I'm the recipient of all this input, but I've gotten a lot of it. So I do have some questions, and I also want to thank the staff for preparing for this. The first question is about the fact that this is about the total fee, how much it costs when your car is towed in San Francisco, putting aside the poverty tow issue and all of the very good work that this agency has done to accommodate the equity issues of poverty tows. Have we benchmarked our costs, how much it costs to have your car towed in San Francisco based on other jurisdictions, based on what other fees they're taking?
Hi, Director Yucatel. This is Steve Lee. So we haven't benchmarked it, but however, I think that comparing San Francisco to other municipalities like Oakland, San Jose, even across the country, is really a apples and oranges comparison, right? Because, I think a lot of other municipalities operate under a different type of contract model, similar to what we used to have in terms of toll volume and revenue shares and things of that nature, which, prior to the current agreement, we looked at it and it was kind of problematic, and is the reason why we switched to a more stable flat management fee and a variable cost model, in that the previous model had really depended on volume. Our toll volume prior to this agreement and maybe a decade ago, we were in the range of about 70,000 vehicles per year. And when we looked at it, based on certain policies or rate adjustments, the elasticity created a decline in volume to now where we're at today in terms of about 40,000. And it became problematic to where, number one, we didn't feel that AutoReturn or any tow company should benefit from a higher volume and make more than they're supposed to. On the flip side, as the volume decreased through a variable model, they at some point would not be able to make enough revenue to sustain their operation at a level that we require of them. So just in terms of how what we pay and what we charge to the public is very different in terms of other municipalities.
I've seen that, Mr. Lee, and I did a little bit of my own homework before this meeting, and I know that San Francisco is unique, but our tow costs are just so much greater than other cities in this country. In LA, it's $240. Boston, it's $90. New York, it's $185. Philadelphia, $252. Chicago, $150. Miami, you'd think Miami would be a lot cheaper. It's $200. We're $574, and something just seems to not be working when we are charging twice as much as every other city for a vehicle that gets towed. I'm trying to understand exactly why. The fixed costs of land does not apply here because auto return also starts charging you a storage fee after 4 hours. Most other cities, you get a day free. Who can find their car in 4 hours? I don't know. And so I don't believe that it's high upfront costs of auto return. Something in my mind is just not clicking as to why we charge twice as much as every other city for a car that's towed. Tom, it looks like you have an answer.
Yeah, well, you mentioned my old hometown of New York, and I think it's a really interesting comparison between the two cities. In San Francisco, our expectation is that this agency, as Lorraine said in her presentation, recovers all its costs on anything related to parking, driving, tows, anything related to cars. The expectation is that we would cover all of our costs. That's not the expectation in other cities where the fee is where, to be honest, the city is often subsidizing the operation of the tow. Here, for us to, I'm not suggesting you're doing this, Director, but if we were just to knock the fee down from 500 to 185, that's a couple $100 of subsidy that comes out of our operating budget that it's basically you're taking from the union to give to drivers. So that structure is actually what's that, and as Steve said, we want to get away from the abusive hunting license approach that, if you've been in San Francisco long enough to remember City Tow, they and some other previous vendors had these terrible incentives to really ensnare drivers.
I get that, Director McGuire. I guess sorry, go ahead. I would just say I think what I'm learning, and I'll admit that I am relatively new to this, is that it's not just our agency, but it is, I went back to the March meeting where, and the notes in the presentations on our parking system and its costs, we use cost recovery. And I guess I just wonder if cost recovery is the best way to look at how much we should be charging folks when they get their car towed. It is resulting in twice as much of a cost to get your car towed in San Francisco as it does in LA. And I guess I just wonder, as a quality of life issue, people are leaving our town. They're leaving San Francisco because everything is too expensive here. Our parking tickets are too expensive. Our rent is too expensive. It's too expensive to do business here. And you get a $600 slap on the face when your car gets towed because there's a festival the next day and you didn't see the sign. And it's this narrative that's being built on our city that everything is just too expensive. And so I wonder, just that $600 fee to get your car towed, what tools we have at our disposal to actually bring that down.
We could take our operating budget and instead of investing in Vision Zero or transit service improvement, we can buy down the cost of towing. These are all fundamental questions about priorities. Where do we spend our limited and shrinking operating budget?
With respect, Director Tomlin, I don't think it has to be quite that binary. We could, I think we need to look at, there's been a 70% reduction in the amount of tows that have occurred from before the pandemic to now. Well, that's allowed us to have multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars of increased variable multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars of money back in our pockets that otherwise would have been spent on the variable fees. Are we towing too many people? Are we paying auto return too much? Is it our responsibility to maintain their staffing levels? 30 of their 58 employees, 20 out of the 58 employees are union employees, the rest are not. I feel like it can't always be, is it Vision Zero or should we charge $600 for a car to get towed? There are other tools that I'm sure we have.
Could I possibly jump in on this just because this is a very, I just a follow-up kind of question just to the excellent dialogue that staff teed up at the workshop about value tying our values to our investments. I guess I just want to follow up on Director Uchitel and ask, what value are we getting from these tows? And is there a subset of them that are very important to our values because they're important for maintaining a protected bike lane or a bus lane free of obstruction? Is there another subset of the tows that are just not really providing any value and they're hitting somebody with a $500 fee, driving them away from San Francisco? And what is the value we're getting out of those? And is there a way we could articulate and prioritize those that bring value to our work?
Mr. Lee, I see your hand up. I don't know if you want to respond or Tom wants to take this.
I do want to make a comment. I just want to say that the approval of this particular request in terms of increasing the not to exceed amount does not tie our hands. The agreement itself has a termination for convenience clause. And I think that, you know, just in terms of the volume itself really is, I guess, contingent on whatever policies are discussed later on that would have an impact on volume. And then the Director of Transportation has the authority to further amend the agreement within the next 2 years to make adjustments to the operations that would further reduce the cost if we find the right balance. I think that's what we're really looking for, right? Is the balance in terms of running a efficient operation, recovering what we can so that whatever dollars we don't collect isn't taken away from transit, but also serving the needs of the public and clearing the streets like we have to.
And maybe I could build on that, Director. I think that, so first of all, there is a clear role of some tows are clearly connected to safety. Vehicles that are abandoned, double parked in the road, again, keep going back to the crosswalk, hydrant, sidewalk stuff. That stuff directly impacts public safety. There's another tier, blocking bike lanes, especially blocking muni lanes, and even some of the peak hour tow lanes, which I know we often think of as moving large volumes of traffic, but a lot of those are muni corridors too. So there's a second tier that is about the transit first goal. After that, there's probably two other things we're trying to uphold. One is a kind of what you might call a customer service, although it doesn't feel like customer service. It feels like a necessity to people whose driveways are blocked. There are also, we get calls, our tow desk gets calls all the time about purportedly abandoned vehicles, and we're really not towing those vehicles right now. A lot of that is just people complaining about the nuisance of seeing a car that doesn't seem to be moving every 72 hours like it should in their neighborhood. Again, those we haven't been towing those during COVID. That's part of it. And then perhaps the final piece is we want people to pay their parking citations on time. We don't want to ever collect a late fee. We don't ever want to, get the punitive places. But parking citations are a way in which we make sure the curb turns over. Local businesses customers can get access. That the meters are being respected, and the tow is kind of like the final deterrent tool after the ticket and after the late fee. We don't want to get to a place where people don't think they have to either pay the meters or move their cars from time to time, because that's so important for business recovery, keeping the curb turning over and moving. So
if I may just get back,
goals.
I want to respond to what Director Eakin asked and point back to something you said earlier, Director McGuire, which was that the way we have been towing folks over the last 10 months is what San Franciscans expect our tow program to look like. And I just want to also point out that has been a 70% reduction in the amount of tows. And we are currently celebrating a 5% reduction in the management fee of this company. And if everyone in the entire country is renegotiating the fees that they pay and the costs that it costs to do business and to operate, because we are in a pandemic and an economic crisis. And I am wondering out loud in this family, if there are no stones that can be left unturned before this contract has to be approved by the Board of Supervisors to either further reduce the management fee or change the way we internally are thinking about what our cost recovery looks like. But I do have a couple more specific questions. How many of the vehicles that have not been towed have paid, the citations that have been put on them or the boot fees that have been put on those vehicles? Do we know?
Let me repeat your question to make sure I understand it. So if 100 vehicles are ticketed, what percentage of them pay without any kind of punitive boot or tow?
Yeah, this is basically the question of the repeat parking citations where people are not, people are paying, or the boot fees. These are the cars that we want to have moved. We're not towing them, but we're either putting a boot or we're charging them citations. And the point of this question is to understand, basically explore, how ineffective is it for the cars that need to be moved to use other solutions other than towing.
Okay, I know Sean McCormick, who's our enforcement director, is on the phone. Sean, I believe we recover something like 78% of parking tickets are paid without any kind of boot or tow resolution. Is that right?
Somewhere in that range. Diana Hammonds would have the exact number, but yeah, that would
70%.
Yeah, when I calculate it, it's including all those late fees and all the charges. It probably runs into the range of 85% of all the citation value that's put out on the street is ultimately collected, and it can go as high as 90. But that's with penalties.
Right, and you can't renew your car without, like, if you have the car registered in the state of California, you can't renew your car without paying your citations. So if people have outstanding citations, you have to pay them when you get that with your car registration, if you didn't already do that. I see Diana Hammonds has joined us. Ms. Hammonds, do you have something to add here?
Yes. Hi, members of the board. Diana Hammonds, Revenue Manager, MTA. So in conjunction with the suspension of late penalty application for citations that we put into place in March, we also have not been assigning citations to special collections or DMV hold. So you are correct that normally we do require that would eventually go to a DMV hold. That has not been happening. We've seen about a 6% decrease in collection rates on citations over the past year, which doesn't sound small, but when you consider what that impact is to revenue, I think it does point to the fact that some of these other mechanisms to collect citations, that they are, that next step. So.
Got it. I think it's very hard to talk about making changes about, I've thought a lot about this, and people talk about, well, we can't make too many changes because it might reduce revenue. We also know that the towing program is losing money, and I don't think we can say that it's losing money because of all the waivers that we've given and because of the poverty tows, or is it that we're spending too much on the program itself? And that's why I think it requires further study. My last question, and then because I see other directors have questions, Mr. Lee, can you just help me understand, because I don't know, what goes into these contract negotiations? Do you look at the P&L? Are you evaluating, per salary cost per employee as it relates to other towing contractors? I know that you said we have a long-standing relationship with this contractor, 15 years. I imagine you have probably personal relationships where you've gone through this process a couple times. How does this work? And can you tell me a little bit about the tenor of the negotiations that got us to a 6% decrease in the management fee?
Yeah, so Director, you can tell we don't get into that detail about how much they're paying their staff members, or the line item costs. We tell them that we need a reduction. They offer what they can in terms of they reduced it by 6% by not backfilling a management position. And then too, like I say, there's certain, I would say, contractual requirements on their part. Say, for instance, if we were to begin reducing staff, then they would no longer be on the hook for certain levels of service, meaning, then do they have to address each customer within 7 minutes? I think it gets into those discussions about, then we can't answer the phone within 30 seconds. We can't make it to the tow site within 25 minutes. And so
I would just say on that, Mr. Lee, I have a feeling that people would rather pay $200 for a tow and wait a little bit longer to be seen at the desk or to get the car towed, in terms of linking it to service. I would appreciate it, since we do have a little bit of wiggle room. This has to be approved by the 31st. If we could possibly continue this contract to the next board meeting, go back to auto return, have a frank conversation with them about the fact that this agency is thinking about perhaps requiring fewer tows in fewer instances. We don't know how many, the return of all of the car traffic on our streets. And is there a way we can rethink, at least for a 2-year period, what this contract looks like to be able to save more money for this agency, given that so much has changed over the last few years? So that's I'm not putting a motion down on the table because I want other directors to speak, but this is something that I've been thinking a lot about, and I appreciate the consideration of that.
Director Hinsey, if you're done, Director Hinsey?
I'm done, Chair.
I believe Director Lai was in the stack before me. Would you like to go, Director Lai?
No, she's not, because actually Director Eakin, then Director Lai.
Oh, okay.
Maybe yes, I'm looking at the wrong thing. So many of these.
I'll go ahead, because you asked one of my questions, so that was what you're looking at probably. But my question is just for reference in terms of the revenues. Do we know offhand how many, when tows do happen, what percentage of those tows are the full fee? Does anyone on this call know that offhand, staff?
I apologize, Director Hinsey. I didn't get the last part of your question.
When a tow happens, do we know how many people pay the full fee? I.e., how many people, what percentage of folks pay their full tow fee? I.e., that are not in the reduction program?
Right, and so I believe the percentage of fee reduction waivers for people of low income is about 17%.
Okay, so 17% of people have some fee reduction. Roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So I do have a follow-up question. It's not really the tow, but there was a program where people could work off their parking tickets. So when you say the fee reduction, are you talking about just the $500 and some dollars? Are you talking about that in addition to the tickets? Because when you get towed, you have to pay any other ticket that you have in addition to the fact that you've been towed.
Was that a question for me or staff?
No, I mean, that's to staff. I'm actually following up on your question to staff.
Hi, Director Borden. It's Diana Hammonds. I can actually respond to that. As you know, our agency is, over the last 5 years, has put in place a number of changes to our programs, specifically to try to provide relief to low-income customers. And as part of that, we have a payment plan and a community service program for citations. In conjunction with some of the changes to that, to reduce, waive late penalties for payment plans, reduce the enrollment fees. We also no longer require customers who can establish eligibility for low income to pay any of their citations to get their car out of tow. So as Steve was saying, $100 for low income, $0 for people experiencing homelessness. That also provides you an opportunity to then go and also enroll your citations in these alternative programs. So we no longer require, even if you have your car booted, which we're not doing currently and have not done since March of last year, we do not require payment upfront for citations.
Great. So it's ostensibly there is citation revenue not being collected, as you're saying.
Correct. Well, not upfront, but we're, our goal is that folks are able to enroll into payment plans or alternative community service to be able to close their account.
So Director, I think it's Director Eakin, Director Lai. I have both of you. I don't know if that, it's been like a.
Thanks. I'll be quick, Chair. Just to your point, Director McGuire, you mentioned cost recovery is sort of the principle that we operate under. I guess I'm confused about that. So we're being asked to allocate $23 million to this. I don't think the staff report mentions the source of that funding. Is this simply a case where this is revenue neutral? We collect the fees and then we pay it out to the companies, so it's actually not costing NTA anything, or is this digging into our budget?
I'm going to ask Steve Lee to give a precise answer to that question because it's.
Yes. Vice Chair Aiken. Yes, this is essentially cost recovery. The transportation code as well as the vehicle code provides the agency the ability to recover costs that are charged to the public as it relates to our operating costs and administrative fees. So we essentially cannot charge the public more than it costs us to run both the operation and our administrative fees. So it's supposed to be net neutral in terms of cost to the agency because what we collect is used to pay for the operating costs.
So the source of the 23 million that we're being asked to allocate is previous tow fees?
Is revenues collected from the registered owners of the vehicles.
Yeah, so from a budgeting point of view, and maybe Jonathan Brewers can correct me if I'm out of school here, but I believe what we're asking you to do is to allow us to spend $23 million from the agency's operating budget with an understanding that we will recover basically dollar for dollar on the revenue side of the budget. We can't enter that contract without your approval, however.
Yeah, so Jonathan Brewers back again. Just to be very clear so the board understands the situation, and this can be a conversation that we have over these next couple of weeks. There are core services that the public expects us to provide, and the general fund helps support those. We collect fees, fares, and fines to support those. You know, we don't expect full cost recovery on a lot of our programs, and we prioritize those. With regard to the tow program specifically, it has been the policy of this board in the past, maybe not today, that this program be cost recovery, that we do not pull from other operations of the MTA for those core services that, again, based on our values, we should be subsidizing or making low cost. We do not want to do that for tow. However, as Diana and Steve and others have noted, we are doing that today to the tune of $4 million. The agency is spending $4 million to reduce the cost of tows for those who need it most appropriately, and this board has made that decision. So there is one issue being the contract and moving the contract through to manage the program. There's a completely different discussion with regard to the values and the policies around how the whole tow program looks. To me, there's a short-term discussion here, which is the contract, and then there's a much longer-term discussion, as Director Tumlin and Tom and Director Eakin has brought up. What is most important to us? Where do we want to use those resources? And how do we still provide the services that people expect? Nothing anybody has said here is factually incorrect. It is just, again, measuring priorities and trade-offs.
So to be clear,
my 2 financial cents.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, just my 2 cents on the issue.
So we would not be able to repurpose these funds for any other purpose. Is that what you're saying?
We would not. The
cost recovery?
Yes, correct. So the revenue collected is strictly the revenue from the program that pays for the program, except we do use an additional $4 million of our general operating funds not recovered to essentially subsidize some of the tows.
Thank you.
Director Lai, did you have a question?
Yes, just to kind of clarify things in the record, and staff has actually already answered these questions privately with me, so I just want to make sure, given the context of all the dialogue. So staff, can you please repeat, part of our discussion this morning, your explanation to me as to the percentage of poverty tows versus the essentially MT operations or PD operations percentage of the tows. I believe you had quoted perhaps a number near a 17% as related to poverty tows.
Director Lai, that is correct.
Okay, and then just for further clarification, can you again repeat the amount of essentially sunk fixed cost that is necessary to essentially deliver the non-poverty related tows?
I'm sorry. So essentially, the the poverty tows are valued at say $4 to $5 million. So I'm not super clear on your question. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me. Oh, sorry. Was that
No,
Diana?
no, I think what you were asking for is what are the fixed costs, right? Like if every single tow, what is the fixed cost that's involved? Is it the $500 that we've set? Is that really the fixed cost? So what you're saying that the $4 million we're forgiving, the $4.5 million we're forgiving is basically $500 per tow, I think is what she's asking. Is that what you're asking? Kind of like what are fixed costs? Because you talked about rental, you talked about customer service, you talked about some core things that they have to provide, whether or not there's 5 tows or 50 tows, right? So how much is that, or what percentage of the cost is that?
Yeah, so I believe that what he had asked me previously, what was the percentage split? So the percentage split in terms of the overall contract, the flat management fee, is about 70%, where the variable fees account for 30% of the cost of the tow through auto return.
I'm not sure if that was exactly what we're asking for, but that is also helpful context. Maybe let me try to ask it another way. I think, well, before I go there, just again for the record, could you please remind us the income levels that we are considering as low income in this definition? Because I for one was a little surprised at the percentage level.
Yes, hi, Director Lai, Diana Hammonds, SFMT Revenue. In terms of all of the low-income programs on the both our fair side for our Lifeline program, the Regional Smart Start program, and also our low-income payment plan programs, tow and boot fees, they all are set at 200% of the federal poverty level, which is consistent with the social service program levels for the city and county of San Francisco and the state programs for public assistance.
Thank you. So going back to the other side of the question about, obviously part of the policy discussion I think we're struggling with, and hopefully we will get there when the policy is actually back in front of us, is, right now we have to make a decision on whether or not to continue a contract where a huge portion of the cost seems to be very difficult for folks who are essentially like middle income and not reaching the 200% poverty line, right? And I think partly, at least for me, and I'm not sure if other directors feel this way, is that the contract amount for the 2 years, is it 23 million or 22 million? I'm trying to get a more solid understanding of how much of that is absolutely necessary in order to deliver like the non-poverty tow related items, and that to me is still not exactly very clear.
Yeah, can I just like maybe to interject before we get to the numbers? We may be talking about two different things. When we try not to use the word poverty tows because it can mean a lot of different things to different people. I think when Steve talks about the 17% and Diana talks about 17%, we're talking about the number of tows for which the driver qualifies for a partial, either the $100 low fee or the complete discount. Is that right, Diana?
Actually, I think it represents the number of vehicles that are towed for expired registration, for delinquent citations of 5 or more, or for parking more than 72 hours in the neighborhood. So the percentage of total tows. I'm not sure that we can provide a breakdown, sort of what the fixed and variable costs are specifically per tow at this point in time. The labor costs are a significant part of that discussion, as Steve said. For the contract fees, those are the same if you tow 5 cars or 10 cars or 100. A lot of the costs associated with the different types of tows that we do are really embedded in the SFMT labor costs. And I think it would be best for us to come back with that information.
Do you have additional questions, Director Lang?
That's fine for now. Thank you, Chair.
You know, I will just say, I know, Director Yukatel, I'll get back to you. I remember when you had the other towing policy and it was awful, right? People got towed all the time because they were incented to tow, and people got towed for super stupid things. So I wouldn't want to see us go in that direction. I know there's also this board, I think, the reason that we partially support towing, because we are a transit first city and we're really trying to encourage people to not live, to subsidize people's cars. And that's the conversation we always have when we're talking about raising muni fares or dealing with parking fines and fees. We've even talked about having every person in San Francisco pay a fee to park here, to have street space. So I think we have to think about that in that context if we're talking about something that may actually take revenue away. I mean, in general, regular parking fines and fares have been a declining source of revenue because we changed all our meters. So it's pretty easy. It's a lot harder to get a ticket at a meter than you used to be able to get one. And a lot of the street cleaning has changed. It's not it's like twice a month versus back in the day, it used to be sometimes every single week. So I think that there's been a lot of, so in general, when it comes to parking enforcement stuff, we've really reduced the opportunity for people to get in trouble for that. And so I just think we have to think about how we are, if our goal isn't to necessarily subsidize cars or car ownership and to provide more money for transit. And as a person who's always been a commuter and mostly car free in my time in San Francisco, I can't tell you how frustrating it's been in commute hours when people are double parked in a lane that's supposed to be available for the buses to travel in, which happens a lot, which is one of our big areas of tows, which of course we're not towing right now because we don't have all the traffic going downtown. But when things are busy and you're downtown, there's a lot of towing, and I don't know what percentage of towing it is, happens to just clearing those traffic travel lanes during those periods. So I think that it's hard because we're in this really strange lull, and I think that we've really prioritize not enforcing our tow policy during COVID especially, and really looking at how we can get away from towing people. I would love to see our towing fees overall be cheaper because I do think $500 is very expensive, but I don't want to do it at the expense of having to subsidize it from our budget. And I do believe that having the deterrent and knowing that you'll be towed is the difference between most people parking in a bus zone or on a sidewalk or blocking a driveway. I mean, there is a deterrent factor there in that regard. So I just think that, I don't have the answer about whether or not the administrative fee is appropriate for this contract and whether or not we should renegotiate something different. It would be helpful to know what other jurisdictions pay in terms of management fees if they do it that way. It sounds like most other districts, what you've said, what you've represented here is that most other places actually reward people for towing, right? So therefore there isn't a management fee, and so it's hard to know what the upside is in comparison. If you could bring us a comparison with other places that do it more like we do it, if there are any, that would be very, very useful. So those are my comments. I know that Director Yukatel has a comment, and I also see that Director Heminger has a comment. So I don't know if you want to let Director Heminger go because he hasn't gone on this topic.
Yes, please. Director Heminger, you can go first.
Thank you, Director. Look, in light of the hour, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the item as presented, or if the staff believes a couple of weeks aren't going to kill things, we could take a couple more weeks and you could work with affected directors on the issues they have. I also have to say, I do think, as someone said earlier, this conversation is sort of in the wrong place. Because this is about a contractor, and whatever our policy is on towing, we're going to need a contractor to carry it out. The policy issues are significant and complex. So again, Madam Chair, at your pleasure, I'd be happy to make the motion, or I guess I'd be happy to make a motion to approve or to continue it, but would rather we try to deal with the item as rapidly as possible.
Through the chair, Director Heminger, if I may just respond, because I think I think I was the one that brought up the continuance motion potentially. I understand that today we're only talking about this contract for the contract for this contractor's fee, and so the reason I brought up continuing is only to give us the time to go back to this contractor and try to negotiate a reduced management fee given the reduced amount of towing that we have done and might expect to do in the next 2 years. I'm not claiming to say that we continue it for 2 weeks to completely rethink and redesign how we tow and where we tow and when we tow, but really very, very surgically, can we take 2 weeks, continue this to the next meeting to try to negotiate a $10 million, looked like it was $10 million last year, management fee to a company that will be providing, it seems, quite a different service over the next 2 years.
Hi, this is Lorraine Fuqua. I just wanted to point out that the contract has to be approved by both boards. And at this point, we are already very tight on schedule. So if we do continue, given the Board of Supervisors calendar, we would most likely need to ask for a retroactive approval back to April 1. So I just wanted you all to know that.
Yeah. Director, you could tell, excuse me. I would also like to comment what I said earlier in terms of moving forward does not tie our hands. We could always discuss with AutoTurn in terms of changing up operations, and Director Tumlin has the authority to amend the contract should those changes arise. What we cannot do is move forward without increasing the not to exceed amount to be able to pay the operator for whatever they do over the next few months. So just in terms of policy, that would probably dictate volume, and volume for us, just in terms of policy, will kind of dictate what is applied in terms of cost recovery. And then whatever we can squeeze out of auto return or make operational adjustments that would have a help us reduce the cost are still not out of the question in terms of if we move forward with this approval.
So just to be clear, Mr. Lee, in this contract, the actual cost of the management fee is not set in stone?
It is not set in stone as long as we here's an example. Let's just say, for instance, we run 2 locations, right? We run 457th Street and we run 2650 Bayshore. And in the future, should we set policy that establishes a certain level of volume to the extent that we could combine operations and then see a reduction in staff, see a reduction in other costs, see a reduction in security costs, things of that nature. And those are the areas that, I think there's room to look at.
I don't want to hold up this entire board meeting. I just think that it sounds like it is possible that if given a little bit more time to negotiate with auto return, we might be able to get a better deal, since this contract will be locked in for the next 2 years. So I'm comfortable motioning to continue this to next week, to the next board meeting, and in that time to have whoever's negotiating our contract with auto return go back and see if they can negotiate a better deal for us.
Well, I'm fine. Here's what I would say: 2 things. One is that I think that what we should do is perhaps we try to negotiate something where we do a wait and see, right? Maybe if that's, I don't know what their amenability is, but what I see is that, yes, maybe for the next year it's not going to be bad, but car ownership went up in COVID and people are going to drive downtown. So we're going to need, all of a sudden, we're going to have a go-go rush. And so I want to figure out how we make it, like, how we do it, right? Maybe we can ask for less for the first year and higher for the second year, because I do believe that we already see, I've been downtown, there's already congestion there, like, because I have an appointment down in Embarcadero every Friday. So I do know that, like, we're going to have a need for towing when we are back in session, maybe not so much right now. What I would say is if we were to continue this, then I would ask for the board, maybe we could put this on consent so that we could just approve it with the reduced amount that they had, if that's the only issue that we're talking about. If they can't do something different, then people can vote against it. But I guess the question is, like, if the only issue really is, can we get a lower fee? If we continue it, let's continue it and put it on consent, because I think the issues that we've talked about the towing policy is a bigger picture thing. And I think it goes more back to the values that we talked about and kind of looking at how we make the trade-offs about all the different sources of revenues and things that we do as an agency, right? We could be having this exact same conversation about the parking, the tickets for people who don't pay the fares, right? You could have this entire conversation almost about that, right? People who don't pay fares that we give tickets to. So that's not up to me, Chair Borden, but I'm
that's
just
fine
saying
with
that,
me.
like, my suggestion is if we decide to continue this, that we put it on consent for whatever the next agenda is, but I guess the question is to staff, do you believe that there is room for that to make something happen if we were to continue this?
Well, maybe Chair Borden, let me ask a question that about what's most important in terms of that renegotiation scenario. Would it be more important, Director Ucutiel, to get a lower price, or would it be more important to say they'll do it for a year or 6 months so that we can have this conversation about towing policy and then align the two streams together with an eye towards either a fully reimagined auto return contract or a rebid contract after that? I mean,
so to make sure I understand this correctly, Director McGuire, is it we want to negotiate a total reduced management fee, or to just ask them, would you be amenable to have this contract be applicable for 6 months to a smaller time frame, 6 months to a year, so that we can figure out how we might want to reimagine towing?
Yeah,
I think it would. Frankly, I think it would be more productive use of our time to have it be the latter, not the former.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Steve Lee, but doesn't our cancellation clause allow us to do just that with the contract that is in front of the board right now?
Director Tumlin, that's correct. There are clauses within the agreement that allows the city to terminate for convenience, as well as make amendments to the operating conditions. And what I would say about a shorter duration in terms of the 2 years, I think that AutoTurn gave the concessions that they have already, with the understanding that it would be 2 years, because they are a business. They need to look at staying in business. And I would say that any further sort of reduction in the management fee itself will result in layoffs. So that's serious. I mean, I don't know who they're going to pick and choose to lay off, whether it's non-union or union members. But we're talking probably about folks who are very vulnerable, right? Probably living paycheck to paycheck. So, I mean, it isn't just a quick sort of, hey, we need you to reduce by 100,000, which in the end, I don't know whether that incremental reduction would have a sort of real impact on the cost of the tow itself, in terms of reducing $10 per tow for everyone who gets towed going forward. So I don't think it would be significant enough where the public would appreciate $10 less. I mean, we've tried to make adjustments here and there to adjust the costs. And for instance, when we entered into this agreement back in 2016, we went through a competitive process, and it was such that we were able to, at the time, reduce the cost to the public per tow by like, $25, $50. And so the beginning of the contract was tight to begin with, and we utilized those savings and applied it to the general public, either by not increasing the rate or reducing the cost of the tow. So I can't guarantee that there will be any results in further negotiations that would be fruitful to the general public in terms of a per tow cost, but it will certainly have an impact on whatever employee that's going to get laid off.
Okay. So listen, we do have to do public comment. Why don't we open it to public comment and everybody can think about it a bit? I mean, I think that it sounds like what you're saying is that even if we reduce the management fee, it wouldn't get cheaper for the consumer, right? So that is ultimately what you're telling us, that that's not what we can achieve.
Well, essentially,
so
I'm sorry, Director Borden.
I was going to put it up to public comment because we do have to open public comment.
So, for instance, let's just say there's 40,000 tows or 20,000 tows, and we reduce the management fee by $20,000. That means that we would reduce the cost of the tow per person by $1, right? And so I don't know if the math is there to make a significant impact to the per tow cost that we apply to the general public, right? It would have to be, we're talking in the hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in terms of reducing the management fee. And I don't think there's any other way to get there without significantly impacting the workforce.
Okay. So with that, let's open it to public comment. Moderator, are there any callers on the line? Moderator, are there any callers on the line? Is the line bridged, Secretary Celaya?
I think there are no callers.
Okay.
Initially, there was an issue with the line being muted, but the moderator has just indicated that there are no callers on the line.
Okay. All right, so then I guess I will close public comment, and this is back before us as a board again. So again, like, is there a motion to approve? Is there a motion to continue? What is the pleasure of the board?
Chair Borden, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve, and I do want to acknowledge that it sounds like staff can attempt to address the concerns about negotiating the management fee down. So I would say I will make a motion to approve and ask that if we do approve this, that staff report to us as quickly as possible about what the outcome of those further negotiations were.
I'll second Director Brinkman.
Okay. All right. Are we, is there any additional comments, or can we go ahead and take a vote on that? All right, Secretary Celaya, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Borden.
Aye.
Borden, aye. Director Brinkman.
Aye.
Brinkman, aye. Director Eakin.
Aye.
Eakin, aye. Director Heminger.
Aye.
Heminger, aye. Director Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Director Lai.
Aye.
Lai, aye. Director Yukutiel.
No.
Yukutiel, nay. There is a majority, so I believe it passes.
Yes, any 4 or more passes. Yes, that's great.
Okay.
All right.
So then we go on to item 14, which is discussion and vote pursuant to Administrative Code, Section 6710D, as to whether to invoke the attorney-client privilege and conduct a closed session conference with legal counsel.
So before we do that, I have to take public comment. So are there members of the public who would like to comment on us going into closed session? Moderator, there are callers on the line. I take it there are no callers on the line?
I think she's still checking. I haven't gotten confirmation.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like there is one caller, and because the phone line was muted, and there is somebody that does want to comment on this, we will need to take a few moments to rebridge the phone line.
Okay.
So members of the public, you may need to call back in. The number, once again, is 888-808-6929, and this is the access code is 996-1164. This is for discussion on going into closed session. That's the item.
I blame you, Director Heminger.
It looks like we're at a funeral.
May the record please reflect that I was not the one to mute the conference bridge?
No, you've got a pattern of behavior, Jeff. We're figuring you.
I don't even know how you do it, but I don't want to know it either. So I don't know how you do it, but I don't want to figure it out either.
Madam Chair, it looks like we've been rebridged.
Wonderful. So, moderator, is there someone on the line for public comment on us going into closed session?
You have 0 questions remaining.
So should we, did the person not call back in?
Madam Chair, I recommend we just pause for just a moment to allow people who were on the line previously to redial the number in the passcode and then press 10.
Great. And maybe Secretary Solai can remind people of the number?
Yes. Again, the phone number to dial is 888-808-6929. The access code is 996-1164. And this is for item 14, going into closed session.
Moderator, is there anyone on the line?
You have 1 question remaining.
All right. Okay, caller.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Pilpel.
That's right. Okay, so I actually have no comment on the closed session. I had a comment on the last item. I couldn't get the phone to respond properly, so I had to call back. And by the time I called back, you ran through the thing, so I didn't have an opportunity.
Okay,
Can
go
I
ahead
make
and
my
comment.
comments?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I don't think it's going to change the vote. I don't think you need to rescind. That's up to you, whatever. Okay, so my 2 comments on item 13 on the tow contract extension are, number 1, why didn't staff present this to the MTA CAC and seek their input on the proposed contract extension and perhaps discuss some of the fascinating policy issues that you just ran through at great length? And the second is, can staff consider bringing all or at least some of this work in-house in a year or 2 or 5? Does the entire scope of work need to be contracted out to auto return or whoever, DBA auto return, or some other entity? Or can the towing and the service work and the scooping up your vehicle and all that, can that be done by city employees and not have this, or again, some of it not be done by contract? Those are my questions. Perhaps as this wends its way through the process at the Board of Supervisors, those can be addressed. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pilpel. Moderator, are there any additional callers on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
So with that, we'll close public comment and we will go, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go to closed session?
Second.
All right. Secretary Solai, can you please call the roll?
Yeah, Director Borden?
Aye.
Borden, aye. Director Brinkman?
Aye.
Brinkman, aye. Director Eakin?
Aye.
Eakin, aye. Director Heminger?
Aye.
Heminger, aye. Director Hinsey? Director Hinsey, are you still with us? It looks like you're muted.
Yeah, I see her. She's muted.
I'll come back to you. Director Lai?
Aye.
Lai is aye. Director Yukutiel?
Aye.
Yukutiel's aye. Director Hinsey?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we will go
See
in.
you in closed session.
Yes, resets now.
Okay.
SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television. SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television. SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television. SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television.
The board met in closed session to discuss anticipated litigation with the city attorney, but took no action. Item 16 is motion to disclose or not disclose the information discussed in closed session.
Move to not disclose.
Second.
Second.
Please call the roll. Secretary Celaya?
Okay, Director Borden?
Aye.
Borden, aye. Director Brinkman wasn't able to rejoin. Director Eakin?
Aye.
Eakin, aye. Director Heminger?
Aye.
Heminger, aye. Director Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Director Lai?
Aye.
Aye. Director Ukutiel?
Aye.
Aye. Well, that concludes the business before you today.
Great. We'll see everybody on the 2nd of February. Of March. Gosh.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
SFGovTV, San Francisco Government Television.
無論世界變成點樣，經歷咗幾多風風雨雨，三藩市華埠依舊為你準備好每一日。我哋嘅社區已經為你準備好乾淨嘅街道、衛生嘅環境、適當嘅社交距離，支持本地消費。三藩市華埠依舊風雨同行。
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready.
We are ready. 我哋準備好啦。
We are ready. 我哋準備好啦。
我哋準備好啦。我哋準備好啦。We are ready. 我哋準備好啦。We are ready.
我哋準備好啦。我哋準備好啦。We are ready.
The cable cars of San Francisco are a very special form of transportation, carrying tourists and shoppers and businessmen up and down steep hills and all the way across town for only a quarter. The cable cars have operated here for almost 100 years, a reminder that just because something is old doesn't mean it must be discarded. Charming and practical, San Francisco cable cars are an unforgettable part of the city. This is the Cable Car Control Center, the very heart of the system. We're here at the request of Mrs. Clementine Jackson of Indianapolis, Indiana, who writes, I've been to San Francisco and had several thrilling rides on the cable cars there. They became even more thrilling when I learned that the cars have no motors. They are pulled along by an underground cable. Could you find out more about this for me? Well, this is Mr. Cam of the San Francisco Municipal Railways Cable Car Division. Well, Mr. Cam, what are these great wheels?
Well, these great wheels here are what we call the cable machinery winders. We have a 750 horsepower electric motor that keeps the cables running at a speed of 9 miles an hour.
I see. Well, now, the cable comes through here. Where do they go?
Whenever the cable comes in, it comes in around the winders in a figure 8. Then it goes all the way back to the tension wheels in the back that keeps the cable at a constant tension.
Yes.
Then it goes under those wheels, back out into the tunnel room, then in through the different slots on the different streets. There are 4 different cables.
Well, in other words, Montgomery Street, Powell, wherever the cable car is going, all those cables come to this one control center.
Yes, sir.
I imagine that there is constant, not breaks, but injuries to the cables that have to be fixed?
No, it'd be very surprising that the longer the cable, the longer it lasts. The cables are 21,500 feet long, 15,700 foot long, 9,050 foot long, and 10,050 foot long, the 4 cables.
I see. Well, then, each cable is one long continuous loop?
Yes, it is.
When the gripman pulls that lever that we've seen pulled, What is he doing? Is he hooking on?
Yes, in a sense. You see, the crotch of the grip rides under the ground. And as the car goes into the dip, all he has to do is pull back on it. That creates 1,500 pounds of pressure on the cable.
Just one more thing that I wanted to ask you. Cable cars, I know, are unique to San Francisco, but I know that there are many of our viewers all over the country who would like to ride on one. Could we possibly do that?
All you have to do is go right outside and hop on one of them, and away you go.
Okay, I'm going to do that. Thank you very much for the tour, Mr. Can. We're going to ride on the Powell Hyde line all the way across town, up and down some pretty steep hills. Now, the trip normally takes about 30 minutes, and we don't have quite that much time. So we've speeded things up a bit, and you'll see and experience everything. Let's hop on board right now. Thank you. Well, that was some ride. I guess I asked for it, though. No, come to think of it, I didn't actually. You asked for it, Mrs. Clementine Jackson. Thank you. We got an inside look at the cable cars and had a thrilling ride all across town because you asked for it.
First is always the hardest. And when they look back, they really won't see you. But it's the path that you're paving forward for the next one behind you that counts. Hi, my name is Jada Durden, and I'm the acting superintendent for the Bureau of Urban Forestry, and I work for Public Works Operations. And I'm over the landscaping, cement shop, and also the arborist crew, and some tree inspectors as well. I have been with the city and county of San Francisco for 17 years. I was a cement mason. That was my first job, and when I got here, I thought it was too easy. So I said, one day I'm gonna be a supervisor. When I run this place, it's gonna be ran different. I didn't think it was gonna happen as fast as it did, but it did. I came in 2002, and I became a supervisor in 2006. And 6 months later, I became the permanent Sup 2 over the shop.
With all those responsibilities and all the different staff, you're also dealing with different attitudes. You have to take off one hat, put on another hat, put on another hat, and she's displayed that she can carry all the weight, wear all these different hats, and still maintain the respect of the director, the deputy directors, and all the other people she has to come in contact with.
She's a natural leader. I mean, with her staff thinks very highly of her. The most important thing is when we have things that happen, a lot of emergencies, she's right by me, helps me out every time I've asked.
My aspirations when I was a young adult was to become a firewoman. Well, I made some wrong decisions and I ended up being incarcerated, starting young and all the way up into an adult. And when I was in jail, they had a little program called Sisters Program, and I met some very strong women in there, and they introduced me to construction. Well, I thought that the fire department would turn me down because I had a history, criminal history, so I looked into options of what kind of construction I could do while I was in jail. And the program I was in, they retrained us on living and how to make the right decisions. And I chose construction, and cement mason didn't require a high school diploma at that time. So I figured I could do this. When I got out of jail, they had a program at El Hill Hutch in the Fillmore area. And I went there my first day out and I signed up. And 4 days later, I started work. Never looked back. I was an apprentice pouring concrete. And my first job was Mount Zion Emergency Hospital, which now is UCSF on Divisadero. Every day that I drive by UCSF and I look at the old Mount Zion Emergency, I have a sense of pride knowing that I had a part of building that place. Yeah, I did. I graduated as an apprentice and I worked on the retrofit for City Hall. I really love looking at that building, and I take big pride, knowing that I was a part of that retrofit. My first foreman job was 555 12th Street in Oakland, 40-story building from the ground up. It's a predominantly male industry, and most of the time, people underestimate women. I'm used to it, though. It's a challenge for me.
As a female, you are working with a lot of guys, so when they see a woman, first they don't think the woman is in charge, and to know that she is a person that's in charge with operations, I think is great, because it's different. It's not something, not only is she a female, she's a female of color.
I was the first female finisher in the cement shop. I was the first supervisor 1 and soup 2 in the shop as a woman. When I became a soup 2, a lot of the supervisors would not help me. In the middle of the floor, they would call me a rookie, an apprentice, a female trying to get somewhere that she don't belong. Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. I didn't have any support from the shop. The ones who said they supported me, they didn't. They talked about me behind my back. A lot of times I had some crying, a lot of crying behind doors, not in public. But I had a lot of mentors. My mentor, I would call, pick up the phone and just talk. Please help me. What I'ma do? Hang in there. It was frustrating and disheartening. It really was. But what they didn't understand is that because they didn't help me, I had to learn it. And then probably about a year later, that's when I started to lay down the rules because I had studied them. I learned them. It made me a good supervisor, and I started to run the ship the way I wanted to. It was scary. But the more I saw women come through the shop, I saw change coming. I knew it was gonna come, but I didn't know how long it was gonna take, but it was coming. In the beginning, when I first came here, and I was the first woman here as a finisher, to see the change as it progressed, and for me to become a permanent assistant superintendent over the cement shop right now, that's my highlight. I can look down on my staff and see the diversity from the women to the different cultures in here, and know that no one has to ever go through what I went through coming up. And I foster helping everyone instead of pushing them away. I'll talk to women and tell them that they can make it, and if they need any help, come talk to me. And they come knock on my door and ask me, how do I move up? How do I get training? I always encourage to go to school. I always encourage them to take up some of this training with DPW. I would tell them to hold strong and understand that things we go through today that are tough makes you stronger for tomorrow. Although we don't like hearing it at the time we're going through all of this stuff, it helps you in the long run. You become a better woman, better person.
You're watching Coping with COVID-19 with Chris Manners. Today's special guest is Dr. Steven Zlotnick.
Hi, I'm Chris Manners, and you're watching Coping with COVID-19. Today, my guest is Dr. Steven Zlotnick. He's the director of the Behavior Therapy Center of San Francisco and a professor emeritus of counseling psychology at the University of San Francisco. Dr. Zlotnick, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Well, it's been 6 months since we last talked, and while we know an awful lot more about how the virus works, it seems like we're back in exactly the same place. And now, pandemic fatigue seems to be affecting everybody. Could you talk a little bit about pandemic fatigue and what it is, and provide some advice for people so they know how to prepare for the long haul?
Yeah. Well, pandemic fatigue is a complex of symptoms, and any one, you'll see, most of us are experiencing at least one of these. But physical exhaustion, we just feel tired, changes in mood and more worrying, which leads to an increase in anxiety, sense of this is never going to end, hopelessness, so that can lead to mild depression, aches and pains, headaches, back pain, decreased motivation. It's just kind of hard to get things done. A difficulty concentrate, similarly, it just can't seem to focus on anything, and a short fuse. We're tending to get a little more irritable. So you can experience one or more of these things, and that's generally considered the pandemic fatigue. I think another level of pandemic fatigue, which we can talk about as well, is that we're letting our guard down. We're not being quite as diligent about following through on the things we're supposed to be doing.
It seems like chaos is all around us, sometimes in our personal lives, across the whole country, perhaps even in our local communities. How can we maintain balance when everything around us feels like it's in disarray?
Good question. First of all, I think we would probably need to get out of denial. When this all started in February, March, we thought it was going to be a week or two, maybe a month or two at the most. Now we're 8 months later. We're actually in a little bit worse shape than we were then. Things have not improved. So I think the first way to cope with this is we kind of have to deal at a more patient level. We need patience. This thing is not going to end quickly. Even with a vaccine, most offices downtown are not coming back until next July. I think some of the stress reduction techniques we talked about in the last video, self-control techniques like relaxation or yoga, any of those, breathing exercises. I think combining that with taking good care of ourselves, getting enough sleep, exercising, which is critical. I think it's critical for two reasons. One, it keeps you active and makes you feel better. And two, for most of us, you can get out of the house to do it. The whole notion of social connections, which we talked about before, has not changed. It's just exacerbated. Most of us have lost our connections to other people in the way it used to be. Used to hang out with friends, go out for a beer, have a lunch, go visit. Now everything's much more constrained. But I think that does not eliminate reconnecting with people. So I think the social distance visits are a good way to go. Visiting people, keeping your distance. And no, it's not exactly the same, but it's still better than no contact at all. Video visits, FaceTime, Skype, pulling out old photos if you're isolated and alone.